welcome to today's continuation of Hollow Knight Silksong. This is video segment number 5, about 15 hours in, and we just spent the previous stream, first of all, acquiring the wall climbing ability. What was it called again? To climb something. There's an official name for it. Cling grip, that's what it is. And then we spent a staggering amount of time navigating this zone here, Shellwood, to finally acquire the polyp pouch, which I haven't equipped yet, but which we might want to configure for. Actually, yeah, let's do it. I was previously relying on the warding bell, which, if you are hit while you are healing with the bind, it cancels the heal, but then it protects you from death. Or it protects you from damage, I guess, which is, in that kind of circumstance, usually death. But let's play around with something else instead. And as you can see, oh, I see, the polyp pouch affects the long pin. You can see what a change in the coloration for it. It was saying equipped tools. I was actually kind of wondering if it means these tools specifically, or if it applies to the silk spear. Well, in that case, I'm not sure, because we haven't previously been using the auxiliary tools on up plus R very much, because control-wise, they don't fit into the flow of combat too well, or at least we're just not very fluent with it, but the long pin might be something we want to play with. So let's stick with this for the time being, and then we'll continue elsewhere. Now, having newly acquired the ability to climb up walls, there's a lot that we want to explore. There's a new area left side of the Shellwood that we have only just briefly peeked into and not mapped yet. There's the entire worm tunnel area that is west or left of a Bone Bottom that we failed to map because we couldn't afford it back when our cartographer friend Chakra was present over there. And there are a whole bunch of locations all over the map that we previously were not able to climb, but now should be able to reach. As well as this central section here in the Bellheart, which we looped around very briefly to find the last polyp at the end of the previous stream. I think we're going to prioritize the Bell first. We're going to clear out a little bit more of the Bellheart map. And then from there, if we're not wildly diverted elsewhere, we'll see what else we can reach. So, let's hope to not lose a staggering number of rosaries today, the way that we've been doing practically every day. And let's head over to Bellheart. Now we want the upper passage, which we'll be able to reach quite easily now. We did create a shortcut over there. And so we'll do this run that we've seen many times before. And up here, we're just able to jump over now and go through this passage that we've unlocked. Now, previously, we were running into far too many of these ones. Actually, given that they have those bells there, I kind of wonder if the long pin would do that armor penetration that was rumored. It just seemed to bounce off the armor, to be honest. But when we poke it like that and poison it, it will slowly take damage. I don't think we've actually formally defeated one of these yet, but now we have, so that's been added to the book for the first time. And there's probably a lot to explore around here on other sides of the tunnels that we... Oop. I always watch out for that charging attack. It's rather more threatening than we give it credit for, often. And this is always dropping something. Yeah, so that's the other route over there. So if we continue to hug this wall, we see spikes down below. And then more of the large bell creatures elsewhere, I'm sure. Now let's be careful when they do that lunge. Whoop, or we can alternatively jump right into it and put ourselves in a situation where we have to heal. Yeah, we don't really have much in the way of defensive maneuvers yet in this game. Still perhaps in Prince of Persia mode, where we also have to parry for the incoming attacks. Hornet does have a parry if she, against certain attacks, just swings her weapon at the right time, but for lunges like that, I don't think that's going to be stopped anytime soon, so let's be careful over here. And let's see what's on the right, since we haven't opened up whatever this is. I think we had come here previously. And we had, of course, come down, because that was a continuation to what we were looking at before. Now, that's not going high enough for me to do the poison thing, so let's go over here. We'll poison it like that, and then it's going to steadily take some damage, and we just poke it again on the way down, perhaps. Or we could just poke it like this the whole way, but let's open up what space we can. Great. And it builds up a little bit more of our resource pool as well. Now, let's see. This one comes up quite a ways. We'll try to sink down with it and follow the wall slide, and probably also take it out just to create more room to travel. Actually, we can just maintain it in place every time we tap it. So we have gone to the left previously. Let's just give that one a little bit of room in case it lunges. And also on the left side there was a passage down that we hadn't traversed before, so that might be worth checking, but I would like to see the right side of the map first, since there's no marked exit, and that means something interesting may be there. Now, we'll gladly bait that into a dive. Something up here as well, perhaps. Can't seem to reach it, given the shape of the walls. That's sort of interesting. It sort of implies that something upstairs that we could have cut through. Anyone here? That's new. More rosaries. Oh, I see. That's the return passage. If we follow it down this way. Then it's just the exit to the left that we are mainly keeping our eye on. Anything coming? Yeah, this is going to fall. Everything's going to drop. Very clear hazard over there. So previously we'd gone left back to the Shellwood, and now we are going down. Looks like this might be permanently openable. Oh, with a switch from below, though, so interesting that it's on the way up that this passage will be revealed. That looks like it's going to be some kind of major fight. Some kind of major encounter awaits. In that case, do we want to heal up the extra mask first? No, let's scout it out. So let's just go. Also, since we had created the lower Shellwood passage, we should have just taken the lower passage to begin with when crossing over here. Or should we? No, this was... Okay, yeah, I totally misread how we marked the various exits and entrances. We didn't need to go through that top path. We had created this shortcut in the room directly above this one when we acquired the polyp last time. So there is a shorter run back from the bench should we take some kind of miserable demise here, because this looks very... Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but this looks very much like an encounter, given that we have locked doors on either side and this ominous bell trapped here. These are the bells that usually open the gates too, so I guess we will probably fight. Oh, they shall join union upon your thread, a gift for your waking, a world strong to serve. Creature, your claws guide those cursed threads, but you are not their source. What role do you play in this vile affliction? I think maybe they take it as an insult. She is here, the rare birdling, a precious child of worm and weaver. Spawn of those who dared to flee, she has found her way home at last. So yeah, Hornet being descended from Hera, the spider dreamer in the previous game. I guess she is here considered a returning prodigal child. So I'll find her shell and silken claw for you, mother. Let me claim her all for you. All right, let's fight. Widow. Oh, okay. It's gonna be a really agile duel here. Whoa, that's already taking me down. Okay, everything's coming. Oh, that's more explosive than I expected. Everything coming down that way. So I guess we. I wonder if we could cut those threads. Let's take the faster passage back over this time. Yeah, the faster passage is actually just straight right, I think, above the bench. Now that there are 3 ways to get out of Belhard. Oh, it's that lower entrance there. So we actually should not have taken this. We don't want to jump through everything. Let's go back down and go up the wall. Okay. Okay, much faster way back. And then... well, I mean, once we get past some of this, might as well get accustomed to this run back. Okay. Didn't realize those were explosive. We usually kill those a lot faster. Okay, take that out if we can. And then we'll continue this way. Okay, pretty simple run back, not completely safe if we're not careful, but let's fight the Widow again. Just learn the pattern. Okay, bells flying everywhere. We do see... This is a totally different kind of attack than what we had to deal with previously. Okay. So then... Okay, we have to just go over that then before they explode. Because that just completely wrecks you. With the bell drop. That's alright. We hadn't learned how to dodge that yet because we see all those threads coming down. Really signaling a bell drop. But then how do we get out of range of that? Could be using the wall cling to go up the wall. Is what I'm thinking. It seems in fact somewhat likely. But also, we have a safe passage up here. Why don't we just take it? Yeah, might as well do that instead. Might as well get used to this run back since we're starting with such a big encounter. No. Okay. Oh, I was trying to parry that. Can we actually parry some of these? Okay. Yeah, you can go up the wall for those. Now, we don't have a safe moment to heal just yet. But we can heal in the air. That's something that we really needed to take advantage of previously. Good. Oh. Need to watch the tells in these. I think we do have to deflect these. Oh. Very dynamic fight. That's the first thing in this session we're absolutely not up to speed. Just yet. When it comes to reaction time. Well, let's see. Maybe we just try to get out and go hit and run with the uppercut. Whoop. Bad timing there. Nope. Getting caught every which way. Oh, just getting whacked by everything. Okay. There is a particular tell to the side swipe. We're just not very good at reading it yet. It's okay. This will become manageable, I'm sure, once we just learn how to read it quickly enough. Fairly easy run back as well. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, the grounded side pattern is the one. So that's down. This is side. This is down. This is side. Okay, good. Let me just avoid falls for a bit. Oh. That's down. Yeah, that is down diagonal. For down diagonal, we should actually dash forward if we can, unless we're dodging something grounded. And then we jump. It seems like it's so far pretty consistently down diagonal followed by a sideways attack that is grounded. And so that's something that we can perhaps get above. Just need to learn how to read it. And after that, it's just dodging bells. And working on our spacing. Was off the ground for too long there when we were trying to get out. Okay. Too risky here. Okay. Nope, missing my attack, unfortunately. Nope. Getting whacked by all that. I feel like we have to deflect some of the balls. It doesn't seem like I'm sending them anywhere though when I deflect. Like you can parry them to block off incoming damage perhaps, but I'm not actually changing their trajectory. Oops. The attack pattern should be manageable. Oh, no, that was a mistake already, but that's okay. We're still kind of learning. We're not expecting these to be successful attempts just yet, as we just try to navigate the first phase. Trying to pop the heel on the wall seems to be a good idea in terms of being able to dodge things. Oh, shouldn't have run into it. Yeah, the float helps you quite a bit there. You can kind of see the lines of where things were bouncing. Oh. Nope. Haven't really been able to get an approach there, unfortunately. Nope. Okay, float over those. At least we're learning how to dodge that, because that is pretty much an instant killer if we're not careful. We just need to run and find the opportunity. I've been a little out of sync here when it comes to trying to find decent inputs. Oh, not high enough on the wall. Needed to get up a bit higher for that heal. I knew that was coming in the pattern. We did try to pop that a bit early. That's the first time we've gotten to the first knockdown on our opponent though, so that's progress. Yeah, you can see the lines where everything falling is coming. It's the diagonal spheres that you need to watch for because of the way they bounce. The vertical ones, you just step out of the line, and it's not too bad. Now, I've had maybe a bit of a synchronization issue with my hands here in terms of occasionally dashing the wrong direction while we're rapidly going back and forth, but okay. Get out of that. Can't really catch her in that pattern, unfortunately. Had to hit while the bells are being summoned, I think. The balls, rather. Balls or bells? I think they're balls. I mean, it's mostly made of bells here. All metal. Okay. Actually surprisingly safe so far. What's the next part of the pattern? Okay, actually got there pretty much completely safe. Oh. Routed too hard there. Okay, just need to do a bit of hit and run. Whoop, that's more projectiles than I expected there. Okay. Some of them track you a little bit. Oh, I thought she was going to go the other way. Nope, couldn't dash over that. Oh, we jumped a little too early there. We didn't have enough time to go over. Okay, there we go. Mostly a timing issue. We build up enough silk without dying to get the next heal. That's how we should do this. Whoop. Also call over there. We'll just have room. Okay. Nope. Too early and therefore too low. So yeah, that's been a repeated mistake with that pattern, but we're getting pretty far along and had kind of a perfect sequence going to the first boss knockdown, which is very encouraging. Yeah, just need to have good spacing. We attack when the bell drop is happening, I think. It's the best time to go. Oh, didn't calculate the counts correctly. It'd be nice if we could get a swipe in at this part of the pattern, even though it's very brief. Nope, too low. Again, we've been having trouble with timing there. Okay. There we go. Actually managed to pop that heal. There we go. Sometimes there are multiple projectiles coming down the same column. We need to watch out for that. Get a swipe in if we can. One additional swipe over there. That covers the center. That's part of the pattern that we hadn't seen previously. We still have a heal available. Oh, quite a lot coming down all of a sudden. Okay. Was trying to catch over there. Didn't quite work. Actually parried one into her that time. Whoop. That was a mistake. But we're fairly safe over here. Good. Just need to stay safe. And that was easy. Considering how quickly we were taken apart. Well, second phase. Okay, that's why it was easy. It's only phase 1. Okay. Okay, easy phase 1 at least. We understand it. Now we're getting wrecked. A lot of it is just spacing. We need to watch out for those diagonal bounces. That's been a real issue here. Maybe just parry into them. All else fails and stood too close. Okay. Joe's excited, giving me a late GG. I think that's an early GG, considering that we just died to phase 2. But phase 1, I think we completely understand at this point. And it does not feel hard. It feels very, very manageable to get through phase 1. Mistakes can happen, of course. With phase 2, that was just our first look at what can happen. Again, sometimes we're underestimating how long the diagonal bounces off the floor can go, which is why some of those can be parried if we can do it that way. But phase 1 seems very, very manageable. Okay. Okay, stay grounded for the diagonal. Oh, nope, that was accidental spear. Shouldn't burn it, considering it completely whiffed. That's okay. Won't matter too much because we'll get enough silk back for a heal, I think. Okay, I didn't know if that bounce was going to hit a second time there. So we did have to get out. Okay. Just gotta put... Oh, no, stood too close. Nope, stood way too close now. Yeah. I didn't know if they still have a hitbox on the second part of the bounce, so I think they might. I'd rather not chance it. Okay. Oh, nope, too many things going on. Too many things going on. Nope, it's too many things going on. Okay. Yeah, dashing a little too much into places that are not safe. That's okay, we'll build up for a heal pretty soon, I think. We need to stay grounded a lot more often. Oh, no. Went a little too early, thinking that we could divert to the other direction. But that's okay, that one was a bit of a mess anyhow. Yeah, we should have known phase 2 was coming with how easy that phase 1 was once we got the pattern down. The fight looks very agile at first, but then once you see where it's safe to push in and where you have to dodge, then it's really not too bad initially. Check, just poison her. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, didn't expect that roll in. Oh, nope, didn't expect that hit either. No, it's not standing in a great place here. Standing way too close there that time too, but we got out. So part 2 of the pattern is here, but this is still technically phase 1. Oh, if we can parry that, that was absolutely not the case, and now we're in big trouble. Now a few more taps and we can get a heal though. Oh. Yeah. The fact that we can bind in midair has been a major improvement to our defensive capabilities. Something that I hadn't even really thought of trying early on. Now anyway, we're going to get phase 2. Let's be vigilant. Okay. Yeah, we can't really approach. We should actually go for the poison. Oh. Heal got interrupted there. I didn't expect the bounce to go that way. I was hoping we would be safe on the wall to pop the heal and then continue from there. But since we can't approach, I feel like going for the poison spear actually is not too bad an idea. In that kind of circumstance. The diagonal bells are quite strong, you're saying? Yeah, they hit very hard. And the thing is, I underestimate how long they go. How long they stay on the board, so... It's possible to parry them if your timing is good, but ours usually will not be. Oh, no. Okay. Oh. Stood a little too close there when we dashed in. Now you got a pretty long reach with the Reaper side, so we should take advantage of that. We can. That was too risky. Yeah, we do want to stay centered so we can watch that pattern. Whoa, no. Late jump there. Yeah, there is that second bounce, so we just got hit by that. So I'll stay on a while. When we get enough to heal, we should. Right now, perhaps. Jump over. Nope. Too early. Let them bounce. Nope, that was a mistake. Yeah, our accuracy has left a bit to be desired here. Get out. For that swipe. Phase 2. Notice that at the phase transition, the bells keep coming down because they've already been strung as coming. Oh, needs to watch the follow-up there. I'm not watching any follow-up here. Yeah, need to continue watching her even when we're watching the pattern. Oh. Oh. Couldn't see what she was doing with all the projectiles going on. Or rather, just had a couple of things that we were tracking at once, a little too much to visualize. Because she kind of dashed over and then stopped midway and then dashed over again, and it threw me off a little bit. But yeah, it is those secondary follow-up bounces on the bells that we do need to watch out for, whether it's vertical or diagonal. Oh, no, almost caught there. To stay grounded and ready. Okay, good. Very clean. So far. Doesn't get too much more complicated than that. At least until a lot of follow-up bounces start coming in. Yeah, I just need to very clearly understand whether we are standing to her left or right when we have situations where she's going to do the second horizontal attack. Okay. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Big mistake there. And yeah, we'll need to heal up. Nope. Stood in the wrong location there. Something was going down. Thought we could get a safe heal on the wall, but I probably should have watched where things were going first. Now we're in mortal peril. If we can get enough silk built up, then we can heal out of it. We can get enough melee attacks in well if we don't jump like that, that we We're completely sunk even on one mask as long as we just stay tight on a pattern. Okay. Oh, that was almost missing. You got parried there. Whoop, no. Watch where we're standing. Caught off guard by the dash there. Okay. Nope, didn't quite land a hit there. Okay, there we go, pretty clean. Oh, no, got hit by the follow-up. Sometimes we need to be cautious when it's not safe to approach. Oh, no, shouldn't have gone into that. Yeah, sometimes the rhythm of that pattern needs to change a little bit too. That's what maybe is throwing us off. That those big bell drops down every column, they do become a little bit staggered compared to their original rhythm, I think. Might just be my mind playing tricks on me here, but yeah, it does happen, I think. The first one is on it. The second one, rather, is on a bit of a delay relative to the first. That's absolutely catching me out. That's why we kept getting hit, I think. We need to account for that. Okay. Okay, need to just jump out of that. Okay, and then just need to jump and float. You see a melee attack going. Okay. Manageable. Okay. Should go for dart, actually. Long pin. Oh. Okay. We're at least doing the dodging pattern. Mostly. Nope. Still getting hit by too many things here. Nope. Okay. Surprise parry there. Saved me. Okay, nope. That was a missed input. Yeah, no, I accidentally air stalled when I hit R, and that actually threw me off slightly there. But we actually do have a dodging pattern for the attack. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Sometimes we're a little out of position getting out of the diagonals in that last phase, but it looks very, very manageable. The speed is a bit of an adjustment at first, but the jump and float, if you time it well, goes over the side attack quite nicely, and it's only the side attack, so there's nothing else to look at there. Oh, no. Really read that trajectory a little more accurately sometimes. I think the first one, yeah, there's always a bit of a delay between the first and the second, even initially. Nope, didn't back into that very well at all. It's okay, we get enough hits down that we actually build up a lot of silk in this fight. Nope, got caught. Would have been nice to be a bit tidier on this, but yeah, just always need to be sure that we lead her in the correct direction coming out of that attack. Oh, terrible position there. Need a bit more silk then. And we'll be in the clear. No, too late. We were going too early before, now too late. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty manageable. We just need to work on a few of the timings here and there. It's pretty clear where the mistakes are happening. Okay. Just need to be cautious. I sometimes read that run a little bit too late, and we got trapped in this position that time. Okay. Take some swipes whenever we can. Whoop, that was too close. Nope, we shouldn't charge into that when we don't know where she's going. We might want to heal even just with 2 masks now, just because we're going to be building more silk anyway, but let's steady ourselves. Oh yeah, we'll want to heal out of this now. We can actually pick up quite a bit of silk on the way. Okay, way out of position that time, way out of position. Okay. Couldn't quite chase there. Nope. I wonder why I have so much trouble with that. I think I'm dashing too early. I need to float for longer. Yeah, I'm dashing too early. I need to float slightly longer than I've been doing. Okay. Nope, got caught that time. I just was in the wrong place to jump. Yeah, because the dash cancels out of the float, and sometimes we do it way too aggressively when I still need to maintain height. That was surprisingly safe. Oh, nope, got caught. Usually don't get caught by that kind of thing in phase 1. Okay. We shouldn't even dash out of those, we should just float. Trying to do a side dash is causing more problems. Okay. I really do need that silk. Heal. Okay. Yeah, just a gentle flow will do. Okay, phase 2. Actually in an okay position going into phase 2. To my great surprise. Watch the side swipe. Okay, actually can parry with good timing. Whoop. Oh, too late. Nope, too late again. Okay, we almost got Silk for a heal. Okay, there's a bit of a fake out in the middle, that's why. We got caught by that before, too. Just try to defend until we get Silk. Yeah, she stops in the middle and goes. Okay, I was trying to build up enough Silk for a heal there before we got hit by something like that, but we still have a bit of trouble with the diagonal volley there. That's okay, we were in a bit of an unnecessarily weak position. That can be improved. That was still one of the better attempts. We stabilized out of some pretty bad situations in phase 1 that time too. It was very imperfect play, but we managed to get out of trouble. Oh, nope. Guessed the wrong way. I mean, we're standing in the wrong way, rather. Okay. Yeah, she's going one way, then we just go opposite. Dash. We should take advantage of the fact that we can parry the diagonal balls with sufficiently good timing. It's just that we will often not catch that on demand. Okay, so we wait for fallout bounce, I suppose. Nope. Yeah, I think I got a little bit trapped there. Dodge. And let's get ready. Yeah, so there is that sort of fake out pattern. That is what we need to watch out for in the middle. Yeah, for the diagonal pattern, we kind of stand back. Perhaps. Just need to find a way to dodge it, that's all. Yeah, stand back a little bit. Oh, actually parried that mostly. You can parry into it as just dashing over while staying grounded, but I'd rather jump it. Yes. So she does the fake out. Okay. Yep, second drop. Third drop. We do need to heal. Surprisingly safe heal. Okay. Nope, getting caught between everything here. Okay, glad we caught that in. Like we just barely snuck the heal. Poison. Let's try that. Nope. Getting a little too fancy here. Oh, no, getting way too fancy here. We should stick to the plan. I was trying to sneak in a poison long pin every now and then, and that's a good idea. It's just that we fell a little bit off the dodging rhythm because of that, so it was a bit risky to weave that in when we were actually doing pretty well defensively up to that point. That was the best attempt yet, I think. So yeah, the further along you get in that phase, the more you have to watch whether there are multiple consecutive belt drops before the lunging attack that comes in from the boss. Didn't quite hit. Nope. Yeah, I got a little bit trapped at that time. Should have played defensively and gotten out. Yeah, unfortunately, got it a little bit zoned out of the follow-up attack that time. Didn't really have room to chase. If you want, you can actually use the spear in situations like that where you're out of range, but I'd rather bank up Silk for the heal at the moment, even though we've been nicely capped on that. We know how to play safely in this phase, no need to rush it. Oh, okay, that was very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Okay, now we're in a bad situation. All of a sudden. Hopefully we get a chance to pop one more heal before the transition into phase 2. Transition phase 2, we will not get the Silk for the heal. We'll just need to play well over here. Oh! Attacked right away instead of doing the drop. That was unexpected. Okay. We really do need a bit of Silk here to work with. Good. Worse. Oh, no. Got cut out a bit that time. Yeah, we can listen for the sound effect too. She's slightly off screen when she's doing this right. Because it is a very clear audio cue. Yeah, she's off screen like that, we listen for the audio. And then we're stabilizing. Oh, got hit. Didn't calculate that one accurately. And we just do a single swipe when she passes. Oh, again, getting too fancy there with trying to work in the dart. Spear, I guess, but pin. Nope. Getting faked out a little bit here. I have to wait for the cue. Nope, got hit. It's very, I think that might actually be it. Oh, and we actually get to bind her on the spot. Stab and stab and stab and absorb what power we can. Okay, that went well. Legitimately went well, I think. Fun fight as well. I mean, it seems so incredibly agile at first. Found the ancestral art needle-in. Play ancient melodies by stringing silk along the needle. Interesting. Silk will be expended to strike enemies to replenish silk. I guess we should see how this works. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, really fun fight, actually. Very close shaves in that one, too. Okay, so now we find ourselves in a controllable dream sequence of sorts, I guess. Very reminiscent of some of the ones in the first game. But we will climb. Oh, platforms will disappear. We need to actually dash into this stuff. Or maybe not. Hang on. Let's get some more height going here. Hang on. No. Actually need to jump, of course. Okay. There we go, and then now we get a wall to cling onto. It's a beautiful effect. Just the cobweb effects that we've seen in multiple places in this game have been absolutely stunning. You know, with the foreground filters and everything. So now what do we do to needle in? We're going to find out. We're going to play it. Almost like playing a saw. But no, we're going to use it to pluck and pluck. And that opens this gate. So how do we recognize needle in gates? I guess maybe it'll tell us. Oh, it's like these. Okay. Well, except this is the exit side, so would we be able to open it up from here? Yes, we would. Okay, so we've seen a couple of those gates before, and we've seen them on the map as well. So now we understand how those will function. That's running away. Alright, I guess we'll... go up here. And then up the ledge, and then what will this reveal? Yeah, I guess you can just dash through this. We'll check this out first just to see what's here. Then let's pick this up. Well, what have we learned? We've learned what kind of gates the needle in can open. Interesting. Something has awakened. I've been kind of wondering so far if you do eventually get a big world state change, the way you do with the infection spreading in the first game. For her light eternal, our song sustains. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to solve this and ring it and open some gates. It's been kind of interesting to notice with the way that we've been taking our pace through this game that we often end a session on a very well-defined endpoint, and then at the beginning of the next session we find ourselves immediately into a major boss fight. That's been the case pretty much every sitting with this game so far here on our 4th day of play. Okay, so we've opened things up, and let's continue. So this has opened on this side, but that's just the gate that takes you back up. Whereas this side will be the actual continuation. And this will be a lift. I see, because We do see how to lift goes down. We've seen this passage before. And now we have opened it. We should check if there is something secret on the side, of course. You never know. Nope, it's going to come down here. I wonder if it goes here. Nope. But I feel like we may have liberated something in the town. Let's check, because there's clearly so much waiting to be opened up. And indeed we have. Here's Bellheart, no longer haunted. Alright, goods and services have returned. Let's talk to everyone. Welcome, welcome, wary pilgrim. The glorious Bellheart may be past its finest shine, it still remains the last friendly stop before the citadel. It is the task of I, fair Pavo, to extend the warmest of welcome to those passing devout, such as your good self. Your town seems returned to healthy form, good bug. I had some concern that upon cutting you free, I'd find only husks. Well, I mean, yeah, given the way that we're just hanging from the ceiling. Yeah, as well, most of our residents did not fare so well. Still, it's no good to dwell on dark things. We shall build and grow and welcome, as is any good bellbug's task. It's funny that we so recently saw all of the hotel bellhop ostriches in Donkey Kong Bonanza as well. It just makes me think of that immediately. Speaking of which, that is saying it's the last friendly stop before the Citadel. There's one thing I wanted to mention with the map that I had thought about. You see, if you think about this as Bone Bottom and Amaro, and then Shellwood and Bellheart over here, like if you think of this as a heart and a shell and this skeletal underlying structure, it's kind of like the map is implying that a good bit of the terrain here is kind of analogous to a giant creature or something, which sort of immediately evokes Xenoblade Chronicles, of course, that the land itself be this living thing. Or it might just be by structural analogy. Who knows? Anyway, we've got lots to do here. You can find rare silver bells. We'll take everything. We'll take every wish. My missing courier, Frey of Bellheart. Last seen in Shellwood. Someone find Tip and send him home along with all of his precious stock. We spent so much time circling around Shellwood yesterday. I guess that's just something we'll do if we want to pass through to the other side. Krobug clearing. Those blasted Krobugs are fouling up my roof. And, well, yeah, we know where that is if we go back to Greymoor. We'll just take everything. I mean, we go back and explore quite a lot as we go. And what have you got for me? Here's Frey. Greetings, shopkeeper. It seems you recovered well from that silken affliction. Ah, well, I'm a clever bug. When that strange thread struck down from above, I shut up tight and huddled in my bell home. Might have been a problem for the others about here, but my store was flush with supplies, so no fear I'd go hungry. Look at how much he's fattened up in the meantime. Your preparedness served you well then, although your store now seems quite bare. Yes, I'll admit the wait was longer than I'd anticipated, and a bug has to eat. I'll have more to offer you once my courier turns up. No doubt he's been avoiding Bellheart since the curse set its sights on us. He would have been wise to do so. If on my travels I happen upon the errant bug, I'll make sure to send him your way. Okay, another memory locket when we can afford it. And stringing more rosaries. Probably a 140 going down to 120, if we had to guess. Let's take a look at what we're sitting on, actually, in terms of our bank. Yeah, we have 120 plus 91, so we've 210 on hand. Let's just keep things as is in case we drop everything, as we're somewhat likely to do. And we're also one mass shard short of buying the one for 300 that was down at Bone Bottom, so that's among many purchases that we should keep in mind as possibilities. Let's explore more of Bellheart. What are you digging for? Relic Seeker's Scrounge. Ah, we've found a lot of things so far that we're looking for somebody that we could trade them to, so Let's see. I'm just a traveler, one hoping you were not too badly affected by the cursed snare set upon this town. What binds them outside means nothing to me. None of them have my keen sense, my respect for the past. Yeah, a number of the items in our bag to refer to finding somebody interested in past relics for trading purposes, so we'll see what we get out of that. You seem able, though, sneaky, too. If you find any fine old stuff, anything with a history to it, bring it here. I'll take it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. You have a relic for me. So, yes, let's do it. What could possibly happen? Alright. We trade 3. These are bone scrolls that we've traded in. My dear companions, all are gone now, devoured, scorched, fallen to exhaustion or worse, seduced by the haunting. Better I die here in the damp dark than join those poor sods, trapped to stumble aimless and empty until their limbs fall to dust. Kimura, Weaver of Healing. I feel like that's something we'll face. Weaver, heal my sons, their fearful hearts, their limbs that shake at the climb to come. We pray, gift but a glimmer of your strength, that when we stand before your divinity, you see bugs shed free of fear. Okay, so we traded quite a bit. Bring me more relics of the past, records, seals, idols. Let's gather up the history of the world and hoard it all here nice and safe. If I happen upon more curiosities of this kingdom's past, I may visit again. Until that time, keep yourself safe. Okay, how much exactly did we get off of that here? We actually got a good amount. And now we can afford things. So we can afford a memory locket to then expand to bring back the warding bell if we so wish, or... yeah, I suppose we'll do something like that. We should keep some on hand for a map, but if we pop a 60, that we could get a mask shard and still have enough for mapping purposes afterwards, I hope. We'll want to explore quite a bit anyway, now that we've found a sort of natural rest stop to work with. And then we can look at the existing collection to read the text. Let's continue exploring, and then we'll probably start actually buying some things once. I'm thinking the extra health point might actually be pretty beneficial. I mean, you know, as with Hollow Knight, the masks as expansions are very impactful. It's a 20% gain if you think about it. By Claw, are you then our savior in a shell, standing so calm and cool on entrance to Pliny's Bellhome? What clues, sir, tells of my part in your town's liberation? Why, your blade, fierce warrior. Any fine pinmaster would detect a sign of deadly work upon that needle's edge. It was a vile curse that struck here. No simple bug nor basic pin could have granted our release. No. That blade, though, so expertly clutched in claw, that could well have met the task. It was you cut us free, yes? Oh, hang on. I'll grant you sharp sight, Pinmaster, and that your saving is fortuitous. This blade that restored your town would now benefit from your service. I did have to check, of course, if Welly was playable. Of course it is. Welly's isn't willing to boots. But I was thinking that was worth checking. Okay, so we hear about wellies all the time. I just don't tend to think of them as a boot singular very often. This one just likes to say welly to mean well. I think that's just particular to this character. Well, yes, I have a busy backlog of pins to tend, but your gracious heroism decrees that unique weapon receives my care at this very moment. What say I take a look? So, do we need to pay anything to upgrade? Maybe not. Maybe for further improvements. But it'll be nice, given our progression through the game, to have some attack power going and needles sharpened. Bonva, it is done, brave warrior. By my expert claw, your strange blade has received some fast, sharp shine. It shall cut cleaner than ever before.
Magina Fora.
Your efforts provide great aid, Pinmaster. You have my thanks. Glad we got over here before a ton of backtracking then. Given that we're going to have a bit of a substantial power spike from having completed this segment. Can we improve it further? Your skills are impressive, my needle sings from your care, but I must ask, can the blade be honed further? You seek further sharpening, further than plenty does provide. Impertinence, but maybe, but no. You hesitate, then it is possible. Are you incapable? Should I seek others within the kingdom? Wait. Yes, seek not others, but an oil fabled and fine. With it the citadel once brought gleaming edge and point to its pins. Though the citadel's pinmasters are long past, some small store of that miraculous elixir may remain within its halls. Were even a meager drop pilfered and gifted upon Pliny, your blade could shine brighter still. Just know, dear friend, veiled bugs would be oh so unkind to the thief who'd claim that fine prize for himself. We are, of course, going to find it. No reason not to take the quest. I will find the oil pinmaster. My needle has seen much use in this cruel kingdom, and I suspect many more battles are due. I will value your further skills upon my blade. It is a dangerous wish you accept of this poor pinmaster. I welly hope this one's professional desire does not cost you your life. For one thing, he wouldn't get his oil. And then, yeah, just reminding me of what we must do. So I think we actually will get a Master Shard back in our original location. It's tempting to save up even further and go for that key that costs 500, but you know, the safer we are, the more we can amass even more rosaries. Of course, yeah, lots of other locations we can pop open now. So, here she is for the maps. Okay, let's pay her first, actually, because we need the map for the worm section that we could not afford earlier. Ochanka, child-wielding needle, this heart home is cut free of its curse. Tell me, was it your blade that brought us saving? My shock would be great if another here managed defeat. I slew a tall creature above the town, a weaver, I suspect, the one twisted in purpose. My voice and clawed aided, perhaps guided, the thread that strung the town. Weaver, those vicious old things. To our young we tell the tales, but had thought them long dead, only corpses bound in spires. This one still lived, though if it was a weaver, it was broken in a savage way. Its own silk was bound, pinned deep within its shell, a cruel punishment I have not before witnessed. I actually hadn't really picked up on that about its visual design. I was too busy dodging everything. Even broken, my envy remains. A weaver's fabled skills. To meet one in combat means great challenge and great pride in victory. Okay, so Wormways, we can afford that map. Good, because then we don't have to hunt for her, since she did disappear from the spot where I thought she'd be. Absolutely, we're taking this. And it means that if we pop the 120, then we can still afford the mask after that. That does spend our whole bank, but then... yeah, I still think it might be a good idea since we're at 3 out of 4 now, which is what we were waiting for. Only thing is 500 for the key, which... again, if we're safer and buffed up a bit, maybe that's a bit more helpful. Now you see that there is an exit to the left side of the Wormways that we had not previously explored. So a few more connection points to that may remain over there. No, the door on the left side of the Wormways is the key door. That is the key door, I think. And some of the other semicircle shapes that you see, well, in this particular, in the right side of the far fields, that's clearly something to unlock with Needlin. I feel like with the sequence of very recent events, getting the wall jump followed by Needlin, we've actually significantly expanded range of where we can go. So, I think it'll be a lot of mopping up existing zones today. You'll notice that the area left of the Shellwood, which is still unmapped, which we did step into briefly, is going to be a new zone separate from the Wormways. Now we do know that going down here, there was passage that had an upward exit that we had not been able to send previously, so we'll be taking that to see where it connects. Oh, what is this? Silver bell. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's for the quest. How many do we need anyway? We didn't actually read 8 of them. In the Belvane tunnels above and below Belheart. Yeah, so we've got a good reason to just explore everything here. And hopefully not die to too much of it. Oh. Oh. You know, the spear actually makes a certain amount of sense here. As does this shortcut. Oh, we got smoked by the shortcut. Okay. That's okay, we're still alive. Oh, yes, that's right, this one here, previously. The noise from above has returned, that pitiful clamor. The threads have been cut. It was you who cut them down, do not deny it.
That's fine.
Why should I deny it, sir? I severed the thread and defeated the creature guiding the curse unto the town. Are you displeased? Displeased? If I breathe, if I live, I am displeased. Only the dead are satisfied. You are a slave and a nuisance. Begone. Always no more words than a slave. Begone. Yeah, okay, so we've been back here previously. We should actually, first of all, make sure that we don't get smoked by that guy. We can just get a tap so I can build some silk. That would be ideal. So I can just get a heal while we're still exploring here for bells. Okay, good. Now we heal. This was where we came down initially. Let's continue exploring the tunnels. These we will kind of need to follow down because we can't reach it in a way that allows us to attack at the moment. And we just tap, and tap, and tap, and tap. Okay. This looks like it's going to drop. And by drop, I mean drop lots of rosaries. That's okay. That's good. Let's continue heading down this way. That's spikes. Okay. We're going on here. Oh. We really should be going spear against these guys, but that's okay. Let's take this. Oh. Yeah, that lunge movement will throw me off quite a bit sometimes. There we go. Just need to stand back and take it. Create this passage. Which then does what? Well, let's head up here first of all. I think that's just connecting to where we were previously, given all the dead. Then we've opened up something down here. Oh, camera went up. Is that something? Okay, take that out. That's just somewhere to land on if it's still alive and going. Surprise. Yep, just need to watch out for stuff like that. Nothing else here that I can see, though. There's some other enemies from a video game that those remind me of. Way to launch forward helmets first. Trying to place it. I feel like I'm thinking of some Mario enemy for some reason. This is a pretty big drop over here. There are platforms to go up. We will explore this side first. It is possible to go back up from here. More rosaries. Let's just figure out where this is, I guess. Oh, this was, I think, the... Oh, this is an Amaro. Okay, that's interesting. I see. Previously, we would not have been able to come up here to the top of this room. Because we had seen this exit, but were unable to traverse towards it. What is this? A wall? Oh, I see, a series of platforms. Okay, so yeah, that's how we now have a connecting passage. Because now we're in this area that we can blow up. Oh, that's interesting. That's new. That's maybe something we don't want to take just yet. Let's think about that. And yeah, we have not been back to the Marrow in quite some time. But there's a bench immediately down below, which I think we should take. And we'll just head back up. There, this is also new. So we'll actually just naturally get up to 300 for the mask without having to pop anything. We might even just go straight to 500 for the key. Tempting. Right, because this is where we were long ago. Track. That's interesting. That's new. Oh, right, because there's the quest to track a particular creature. Yes. We are in a quest. Have we actually been here? I didn't even recall. Yeah, this is new, actually. I saw the bench on the map and assumed that we had been here, but nope, this was something we had not encountered. Welcome, my lady. So glad you found us here. I can see you're blessed with strong limbs and keen sight. Fond of frolics, are you? Keen to test your aim? We'd be right honored to play a little game with you. A little test of skill was set up. I have no need to test my skills, sir. Nor do I have time for frivolities. Oh, but we'd make it worth your while. A prize awaits you if you can meet our challenge. If you offer a prize, that changes matters. I can meet any challenge if the reward is sufficient. What are the rules of your game? Exceedingly simple, my lady. I'll provide the pins for throwing, and my associate will provide a target. Hit the target 15 times, and you'll earn yourself a worthy prize. Not yet. Let's take a look at this area first. Yeah, because what's up here? Had we... I thought we had previously been here, and then I guess this is something newly built. Maybe? I'm not sure. I might be completely wrong. Yeah, because this has that connection point to Hunter's March, which I thought was one of the exits we had taken previously. That's the main exit to the Hunter's March. So yeah, no, this is definitely a bench that we'd used before, just we hadn't been able to complete much beyond that. So there is a little bit of world state change going on here that now provides us with a new game. Well, let's pay in once to see what we can do. Is it under time constraints? Take these straight pins and strike the target when you see it. You can strike the target 15 times. The prize is yours. Okay. Straight pins, so... Okay, R is a throw pin. But only when we're holding up, right? No, just R. Okay. Really not too bad. Oh. There we go. Okay. I have to stop you there. That's 3 times now you've missed your mark. I'm afraid it makes you the loser of our little game with all due respect. Well, at risk of putting ourselves under 300. I think we can do it. So 3 misses is the maximum that you can miss. We're just going to drain our whole bank on this, I can see. Yeah, this was the prison before 060, you're saying. That's correct. Oh. Have to be careful here. 1 miss so early is a problem. We can always jump a little ahead to just kind of synchronize ourselves. Oh, there's 2 misses. No. Tricky. I don't want to overspend on this just yet. I want to buy some other things first. I'd like to get back into it, but our situation right now with rosaries is not actually that great. Yeah, so as far as the tracking goes, that's for one of the wishes that I think was the terrible tyrant, hunt a skull tyrant at the marrow. Again, I do want to get back to finish the silver bells first if we can, but the tracking actually gives you plenty of information. I was thinking that it would be just up in the top position that we seen previously, but we'll grab some more rosaries along the way. You know what? We just hit a bench. Of course we're doing this. How bad could it be? Except we might really kind of wind up committing to ourselves to the fight without having buffed up yet. And so let's see, where's the nearest? Okay, now here's the sequence of events. We're going to go for the rosaries off this guy. And then we're going to try to finish silver bells, and we'll go for a mask first. Then we're going to come back here now that we've opened this entrance. And see what we can do. There's something to the left side here too that we haven't really taken a look at. Oh. Yeah, I saw a little notch in the wall there. On the left side wall. A little bit of unevenness to the line that almost looks like it's something that might differ. We'll see. Casio prompt, are these locals from Hollow Knight? Or do you mean earlier in this game? Oh yeah, no, this is an environment from earlier in the game. Much earlier. And so it was a bit of a change in what was present in this location. And welcome, incidentally, Casio Prompt. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so there was this pit in the bottom right section here. So we went to the left. We didn't really check the right side, did we? Oh, right, because there's this whole open area here that we didn't check. Let's see what's going on up here. We'll open up this passage. Oh, watch out, because everything falls from above, and we saw that kind of hazard before, that kind of crap. We did open up a connecting passageway to where we'd been, and which allows us to go down. You know, these look like the helmeted enemies from Mega Man, that's what it is. But the particular forward lunging attack is actually more like the Goomba head bonks from Paper Mario. That's what I'm thinking of. It's how the Goombas attack in Paper Mario. So we've opened this up, but to what purpose? I don't see anything we can interact with down here. I guess it just opens up the shortcut passage back up to the top. And we know that some of the bells are going to be in the top tunnels as well. I was hoping to find more bells here because that would be 4 and 4 split between top and bottom rather than 3 and 5. Always looking for considerations like that when figuring out collectibles placement. Something reachable on the other side. Oh, whoops. We better heal up here. Didn't expect to hit this guy. Yeah, because of course we had changed zones since we were last here. This might be a respawn of something we had seen before. Yeah, we talked to him before. Let's see. This is the passage back up. So maybe we've seen all the silver bells in this room. Well, we have to do the top segment then, the top tunnels, and see how many are unaccounted for. And we'll see about the continuation in Marrow after that. Okay, back here. Yeah, this was just the Belby station. We'll see how things look on the map. Interesting that in that map with the top passage, there seem to be those side passages that like notches on either side that we didn't look at. Let's go back in here again. I feel like we might have missed something. We're here, but when we drop down here, feels like there's implied to be something off to either side. Maybe not. Did look potentially open though. Maybe it has to be broken from the other side of a wall that is actually attached there, but that's okay. Let's just continue. Okay, so in terms of cash, we're sitting at 289 right now. We actually should have farmed up a little bit more too. Well, we can always just pop a 30 when it comes to rosaries. We probably shouldn't have spent so much in a mini game. That's okay. We want to go up to the top tunnels anyway to see what we can explore up there for the silver bells. So let's just do that. And we had explored that space thoroughly before. There just wasn't a quest that time. So might as well take this. And should be the tunnel section up above that. Can't imagine that'll have enough going on to give us all 5 that we're missing. But oh, totally got smacked by that. Now this goes back to the Shellwood. Eventually we need to find that vendor's companion in a Shellwood as well, which will be one lengthy circuit, I'm sure. Actually, it might even be in that location in the bottom left area where previously we just encountered a bunch of rosary-bearing enemies, because that seemed to be something that was strangely unused, except to give you rosaries. So maybe we're checking outwards, which is clear space. And look for some of those bells. Okay, nothing here. Let's just circle around. And yeah, we'll just need a clear space above that one. Eventually. We should also heal up before we get our silk pool back up. Still missing quite a few, though. Maybe for the bottom segment there was some more of these that we should have defeated earlier. Because some of them do drop bells, I think. I'm not exactly sure. Let's just take what we can from the tunnels first and see what's unaccounted for. Bells here that we can see. This was some other collectible that we picked up previously. Whoops. Oh, I guess it was also the Bellwood secret room that we accessed from the Shellwood side. That may or may not count towards this. It feels like, whoop, there's a lot more to explore here that we just have not seen. I thought we had combed over this pretty thoroughly at this point, but we're still on... How many? Maybe 5 out of 8. Okay, so we're missing quite a lot. But then everything else here goes back to Shellwood, so really that doesn't qualify. Yeah, it's a valid bell location, so probably some area beyond the 2 tunnel segments that I've seen that we might not have adequately explored yet. Whoop. Yeah, I really don't see anything else to pick up here, so... Whoa, got caught here. We're almost dead. Let's make sure we can smoke one of them first and build up enough silk to heal. And we get so much silk back when we actually bought it to hit something while we're powered up with the Reaper ability. Yeah, this will obviously be things collapsing. Yeah, so it's not just limited to these 2 rooms then. I guess we need to look at some other segments as well. Much more to this than we initially thought. Didn't expect to be that short on bells, though, so... Clearly, there's more we need to look at. Anything around here? It did say above and below the town, so... Maybe in the Bell Beast area? Not really. In that case, I think actually what I want to do first is see if we can get that Shellwood vendor. Reasoning for that is that maybe on the way we can build up some more rosaries for the count as well. Also, I didn't check up here. This just wraps around to the rest of the town though, so that's not it. But maybe there are other locations here pertinent to Bell Quest. Not really. Or maybe some other passage that's accessible from this side, because this is just a straight corridor, suspiciously so. Kind of wonder if there would be anything. So yeah, we got through those tunnels. It really feels like with those side openings, I guess, too. That lower tunnel section, that something else that can connect there. It might be something we have to go back to. Okay, so I'm going to follow the bottom path, and then we're going to check location various pilgrims. I mean, the NPC we're looking for could be anywhere, but... That's just one of those locations where you sometimes can have a bit of a hunch. So we can track. That's interesting that there is this tracking system. Unless we're just tracking the same thing as before. Okay, no, it looks like it is tracking for this specific quest. And then... well, then the tracking continues from here. We've got some enemies to fight over here, I'm sure. Oop. Might as well pick up some of those rosaries. And that gets you over 300. Yeah, let's continue tracking. I feel like this is the supplies for the NPC we're looking for. So this is the second instance we've seen of this tracking system. And look at this. Yeah, you can kind of track where something has been with that silhouette effect along here. Now, we lose the trail. We need to find more evidence. Here we go. We'll keep on going, and then that's just a bead conversion. We don't want to touch that just yet. Oh, no, was hoping to reach that wall. Didn't quite make it. Now, did we lose the trail? No, I see it. Telling me to follow this back up. And wind our way down. here, distant. Right over here. Okay, I guess we just need to rescue him. Let's heal up first. Oh, that was going rather too far. Surely we can just jump back up or take the lift back up. Ooh, that's new. Shiny. This is falling down rather further than I had hoped. Down into the Moss Grotto. Okay, I guess we need to go back up. But luckily, we know how to head back up through the wormways. Surely I had a better idea to go back up. I thought we'd open up some other passage. Yeah, too bad we fell that far down because we can, in fact, find them. Well, we can just take the wormways instead. That is a passage back up that we know about. We probably don't want to get too distracted by the... Oh yeah, the exit here, again, to the left is just the locked door, so no worries about that. Let's just instead head on up to where we were before, through the worm tunnels. Just trying not to get smoked by the worm tunnels on our way up. Actually, I think this way is better from prior experience. Yeah, let's not get hit by everything here. I totally got hit by everything there. Well, there go all the rosaries, but at least we're fairly close to where that is. Let's not die and lose everything. However, we should be able to get that easily. Retrieve it quickly, as long as we don't get hit by everything. Absolutely everything. This is getting risky. Unnecessarily risky. This isn't even hard to navigate. It's playing very badly. Okay, good. At least we got that back. Now we give it back up. Okay. Now let's go back and rescue that one. After healing up first. It was down low below here, wasn't he? Let's... It'll float. Or are we too far down again? Nope, we can hear him. Okay, can we get him back there yet? Those horrible beastie beasts are gone. Much and many thanks for you, mighty warrior. It was a simple thing, small bug. I assume you were tipped the courier. Ray, the Bellheart trader, seemed concerned for your safety and for the cargo you carry. We should actually check that shop first to see what rescuing the courier unlocks before we spend everything. She sent you? Bah, she needs to learn a little patience. I has barely been away, but still is lucky for me you came. Now we saw something to the right that we want to drop towards as well, that we can pick up. I must be off now. That old grubbly grub in the bell will come after me herself if she not get her goods. Okay. So we saw there is something to land on here. Coral Commandment. Another relic, which we can trade. Okay. That's great. At this point, it makes a certain amount of sense to just drop all the way down and take the Bell Beast back up. And also check if this is a Needle and gates. That was all the way on the left side. No, it doesn't look like it, but it's probably accessible somehow eventually. The needle and gates are a bit more obvious than that. Oh yeah, that uses the thread too. The faith. Interesting. What does it say? Not. Climb the climb. Sing. Forget your pain. It just loops around that though. Oh, I kind of get it. It's how you're going to rescue some of the pilgrims on the way up, maybe. That you can cure NPCs that have fallen on the way up. Would kind of expect that to be the case at this point. Well, let's head back up first, see what the courier has unlocked. Also, trade for... well, trade in that relic. We actually would be able to get Overland for 500 at this point if we wanted to go for that. Go for the key. Rare opportunity, given how often we lose our entire supply of rosaries. Let's just go back to Belhart first. And turn in the quest.
Yanara.
Greeting again, shopkeeper. Your shelves are looking better stocked. I see the courier made the way back to you safely. Oh yes, the cheeky little so-and-so came by and dropped his cargo off at last. Poor dear was so shaken by his misadventures, I almost didn't have the heart to dock his earnings. All's well now, though. Take a look at the lovely new goods I have available. Multi-binder. Rarely sell objects as intriguing as this, supposed to improve a bug's natural ability to heal. I'd say I felt its effects myself, but then I'd keep more healthy than most. Spool fragments. Oh, I see, because that's one of the fragments where we're actually down by one of those as well if we want to expand. We can also afford a memory locket. We're very close to that. So many choices. So many things we can take. So if we take a memory locket, we can expend one slot for blue, perhaps, and then fit in the projection again. I feel like the most impactful thing is going to be a mask fragment, though. Still, even given all this. But at least we know multi-binder is something that we may eventually work towards. We're nowhere near it now, though. That's the thing. Sitting at 313. Well, do we want to improve the mask or improve the spool? We can eventually decide. We are currently at a pool of about 430. Yeah, so we can finish this. Or we can finish this. I wonder how much of an improvement it is in terms of the silk supply. Because then that way, you know, you have enough to bind or to heal, but you don't have to expend the entire spool to do so, and you can have a little bit left over. I think we need the health. But let's trade this first, and then see how much cash we're sitting on. And also talk. Miss Saving, thanks again for you and your big blade. I made it back and Grumpy Grub Grub got her goods. She seemed happy even. I won't be traveling out for a while, methinks. Too many beasties. All about they are, even those pilgrims. All now going angry, a bit like old Grub Grub.
Tamiyan.
This town remains safe for the moment, Tip. You're a smart bug to stay within its walls. Which one was the relic trader? I think it's the other one, but... no, this one, okay. Right, the other one was the Pin Master. Smell something on you. Heavy with a past you are. You have a relic for me, don't you? Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look at what I have. Ooh, worth 90. Very nice. Decree of the Citadel, dirty and worn. Full chambers of the kingdom of the White Worm. Claim the Weaver in half part. Last of their line, sensed strong with silk. Resistance anticipated. Quell with rune cage. Interesting. So this is something that kind of interacts with Hollow Nest. I mean, the Kingdom of the White Worm is Hollow Nest. Claim the Weaver in half parts. Last of the line. Well, that would be Hornet. This is the Citadel sending its minions to hunt for Hornet. Hence, resistance anticipated, and the rune cage would be what we were captured in at the very beginning. So this helps us fill in a bit of the plot here. So whoever we found in that Moss Grotto column, well, not a Moss Grotto, but the column above the west side of Bone Bottom, was carrying orders to hunt for Hornet. Very recent history. Okay, we're on a really nice sizable bank now, and it actually means that we can get... Well, we have to decide. How do we go for the key, or we go for a mask? And we're, after that, fairly close to having sufficient rosaries to improve the spool as well. I think we go for the mask first. Hard to say, because, you know, when you open up something with a key, we don't know if that will be something that we have to fight that makes us wish we had buffed up first. Given that we want to explore a bit today, backtrack a bit, and just fill in more of the map that we had explored previously, I think survival is actually something that should be the priority. In most games, I just kind of build like a glass cannon, but with Hollow Knight and with this game, I feel like the kind of 20% improvement in health pool is going to be immediately very impactful, because then you're not in a situation where a 2-mask damaging attack can just hit you and take you out while you're planning for a 3-mask heal. If that makes any sense. Restoration of Bellheart. Oh, that's a big donation though, but if you pay this in now, we're actually close to affording this. I mean, we can afford it, of course, but I'm just wondering if we want to afford that and also get that mask we were talking about. This seems like it's very substantial, though. Like, if you restore Bellheart, that could be something pretty interesting. I mean, what else are we looking to restore here? It could be interesting, and we're not that far off from the 300 after that if we include the rosaries. In some sense, I'm more curious about that. So we're currently sitting at about 520. We could totally do it. Yeah, let's do that first, actually. I am just too curious about it. It costs 250. That's expensive. It's going to be substantial. We're doing it. Restoration of Bellheart. I assume we'd have to come back to see what has improved. But you see, we can do that. What do we just leave the zone and just come back immediately? So you see, we're in Shellwood once again, and we just go back, and then let's see if it's something immediate or not. Well, I don't notice anything yet, but we can explore a bit and see. It might be something that just takes a bit longer to kick in. That's okay. I think...
Hasbin?
Your camp here looks comfortably set, Chakra. Are you planning to stay a time? Perhaps yes. This hard home makes a fine base for now and later if needed. Still, I must take care not to rest over long. My shell was softened and my senses dull. So yeah, in terms of the continuation, left side of the Shellwood, that's the obvious exit that continues probably towards the Citadel. Greymoor, you now have the ability to jump up to that section up top by the dome. So we know there's a quest above the halfway home as well that we might want to fill in. There's a lot that we can do to ascend. We looked at everything in the Marrow earlier where we're hunting for something. There's so many choices now. We know there's the gate on the right side of the far fields, which looks like a Needle-in gate. Bottom of the Deep Docks, that's a key door, if I recall. And in some of these passages, yeah, we needed to hit a certain switch to unlock. I think that was the case with one of the Bellheart passages as well, that we just hadn't hit the lock for it. I think what we'll do is we're actually going to go to the Deep Docks first and then go back to the Marrow from that side to see what we can do. We have so many choices. Okay, let's do that. I like how it's opened up. I feel like there was a moment when it kind of felt like we were sort of along the main line in a bit of a linear sequence now, zone by zone, where the zones are still very open, but, you know, we did Greymoor in a very self-guided way. But you can see that, you know, there's this zigzag pattern where you go up, and you get Greymoor, Bellheart, Shellwood, and then whatever's after Shellwood, and it felt like zone by zone, it was very sequential. But now we've created enough space to work with to see a lot more than that. Now, if we take the fast transport to the Marrow, there's also an immediate wall that you can go up right next to that, which might be interesting. So many choices. Let's just take something. And eventually, when we get to Bellheart, we'll see what on earth we just paid 250 for. Who knows what the trigger will be for the state change, but I didn't notice, for instance, what the trigger was for when we paid to repair the bridge in Bone Bottom, so you don't just keep falling into the Moss Grotto every time. When exactly it kicked in, but anyway, let's head over. And see what awaits us. Okay, so up here we saw... Oh. And that we can continue this way. This we previously... Oh! Wow, right after we had a bench too, luckily. That went a lot worse than I expected. Oh yeah, no, I'm still mentally thinking. The last time I thought that I was fighting those, we still had the diagonal off of the Hunter Crest. And so I was still thinking in terms of that pattern, in terms of how to approach them. Because we actually hadn't been back to the Marrow with playing Reaper before, up until this point. Also, at some point, yeah, we know where to get an expansion for the shell shards as well, but we haven't done anything like that. Oh, those hit hard. Oh, and I used my silk while that fell down, and that actually interrupts my heal. That's not good. Let's try this again. Hitting the bench does respawn everything. It's the same rule as in the first game, and in many such games that have this kind of checkpoint system. You know what? Let's just go here and... That's better. Now that we can take advantage of the fact that those are permanently grounded. And then we can continue tracking here. It looks like we actually maybe took a shortcut through some of the tracking that came all the way from the other side. That goes left, therefore we'll go right. Seems like it could be potentially a big fight up to the left. We have been to here before, but... Or have we? In the air, the water, everywhere. Inside their shells, twisted inside, guts. We haven't been here because we couldn't reach this earlier. Tight as round heart, pulsing rhythm, sick, alive, dead, something worse. Deeper. Must look deeper. Yeah, I don't think we'd... Well, we definitely had been up here because that requires the wall. And then... Okay. I mean, they're pilgrims, so they should drop rosaries, right? Or not? Oh. Okay, so... Oh, no, God. Almost interrupted here. So we just fight the turn pilgrims as much as we can, and then... Yeah, they come alive with the thread one at a time. We need to play a lot better than this, though. It's not just straight up lose. What do we get? Memory locket, excellent. Well, when we can plug it in, we will. I enjoy playing Reaper enough that I kind of want to continue improving it. Because we know we can still have a blue slot and a red slot. I think it'll be a blue slot for the warding bell. That makes the most sense. Or to change this around. I did like having Venom on the long pin as a supplement on that boss fight much earlier. So I want to keep something like that. I feel like we'll get a lot of flexibility over having 2 slots for blue anyway. Especially once we get that 800 some rosary multi-bind going. Now that seems to be it there. Maybe we can hunt something here though. Unstable platform on that side. Let's just get past it. Oh, little beast flies. Oh. Maybe we'll see another savage beast fly. We know that the log tells me I have to at some point kill another one. And well, we'll see what kind of beast we're tracking. Let's just lead it back. Because we can see what the silhouette of the thing we're tracking is. While the trail is still active. We see all these other little beast flies in the area that certainly leads me to suspect that we'll be facing another one of those big ones, which might be slightly concerning just given how tough the first one was. That's the toughest fight we've had in the game so far, was a Savage Beast Fly. Took me 2 hours or so. And we did it the first time. Let's see, this looks like an entrance here. Oh, just one of these. Okay. It's okay. We had seen one of those previously, we just didn't fight it. We backed out. Pop some venom on it. Maybe wind it down that way. Oh. Okay, we'll just go back up and continue chipping. bit close. Nope. Risking the spear here a little bit. I feel like we're really doing it the slow way, but that's okay. Slow and steady is how you have to take it sometimes, just an abundance of caution. Can't really get in close enough otherwise, so. Okay, we'll need to build enough silk to heal up at some point. Right now is looking a bit hazardous. Explodes. Okay, good. Oh, and almost took me out right there. Now, we did unlock something up there. That doesn't seem to be the beast we're hunting for, though. Flint gem, interesting. Gem-like organ taken from a flint beetle. Produces incendiary sparks when abraded. It may explode if cracked or dropped. Volatile flint beetles. Ah, okay, yeah, so that's for this quest. And we have seen a second one of those in one of those other exits earlier, so we just need to find 3 of them. Yeah, because flint beetles can be tracked by their stone sheddings and their aromatic dung, so that's what we're tracking into the various locations. We found 2, there was a third that we were effectively tracking, so we can do that. Oh, also, crawbug clearing concerns me, because of course the crawbugs were the ones that bounced all around everywhere, in which we had all kinds of trouble with actually trying to poke. So yeah, that's not for the terrible tyrant, this skull tyrant of the marrow. That's going to be something later. We had better fix this up before somebody nukes us unexpectedly. Or if we fall into a spike or something, we do need to heal up somehow. There's a bench just below, but a couple of things we need to get through before we get to the bench, so. Looks like we defeated everything here. Alright, let's just heal up. Yeah, so the flint beetles do take and deliver a fair bit of punishment. There is this central passage down below that we haven't been to yet that could be worthwhile, unless it's... no, that was the one that was locked. We need to go up from the lower passage, the one kind of bottom right, going up into the empty space over there. Yeah, because it was a lock coming out of the left side of that area. So we'll continue this way. These ones drop rosaries, so we're happy to beat them up some more. And let's see here. Okay, we'll just proceed carefully. Down here, that was just that enemy that sniped us a few times on our initial run here. I don't know if there was anything else to look at in that spot. Whoops. Or anything to jump off of from this end, either. Well, let's take a look. Whoops. Okay, nothing much going on. Here, yeah, around the connection point to Belhard, that's where we know there is another flint beetle close by, I believe. Aiming to bounces is much saner, that's for sure, with the Reaper weapon. Didn't think we'd been here previously. Oh, we had. Okay, we popped this open. I guess it had been mapped out. That's how we know we had in fact been here. Okay. Oh, explosive area down to the left. Let's take this. This is a flint beetle. Yeah, this is the one that we found much earlier, actually. Okay, we need to heal it. Now, what did this open? More shards. Okay, that's fine. Guess we want to use our auxiliary weapon, then do that. Oh. Trying to hit it from range actually is not too bad an idea. Yeah, because it leaves such an explosive trail, we just haven't been able to get in close to swipe it without running into problems like that or that. Yeah, we're getting into quite a bit of trouble now. I'm guessing this will probably be a death. Let's figure out which bench we were on when... Quite a ways further to the left. Now, we might want to escape this one quickly just to get a closer bench and then try it again. Because we're not that close right now. Yeah, I'd rather escape it. Might as well check how things are going in Belhard while we're here. Oh, this takes you back to the tunnel segment, though. That's a long way up. And a hazardous way up. So, better to go back down to the lower bench. Over by the minigame. Let's try this again a bit more carefully. Okay, surprisingly safe that time. Oh. This really zones you out like crazy. Luckily, it's safe up here, I think. I don't want to assume too much about that, but... Probably can parry some explosives, so we should try it. Kind of. Almost. Let's try to get into a heal first, though. Yeah, the bind does an air stall. That's some we should take advantage of a lot more than doing. Lost way too much over there. We can get into that bit of silk that we can replenish. That'd be great, but I'm trapped right now. Let's see if we can get a good trajectory on the pin, actually. Long pin. Oh. Not enough silk. Oops, gotta reset it. That was a mistake, actually. I didn't mean to come out, but we should fix our approach to this a little bit. Okay. Okay, the initial trail is fine until the explosion follows it. It's not all dangerous. Well, it becomes dangerous, but there is a point at which the trail is still safe when you jump through it. Like what we've seen with some of the flying enemies that did the radial explosive effect, where you just couldn't step into the orange at all. Oh, this is not where we're meant to go, but there is dung here, so... whatever, we'll just take the loss to start and just poke him. Yeah, you just... I have more room than I think to dodge around some of this, essentially. Whoops, that was accidental. Okay, nope, that's gonna be close to death. We really do need to fix this. Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy start. Sometimes we can go for pretty long in a fight. They take a lot of punishment. I feel like whittling down with the poison effect on long pin is a pretty decent approach, given that, you know, we are often so stuffed up on shell shards anyway. Silk at this point to pop a heal when needed. Save it for if we take an additional point of damage. This is getting a lot better than we were looking at before. Oh, that was a mistake. Let's try to dash over. Now we don't have enough silk, because with a spear being erroneously activated. Let's just try to pop it, and then that's it. Okay, great. A lot better that time. 2 flint gems down. I wonder if the pile of dung on the left side here was still active for in tracking. Nope, so that one was for tracking the one that we defeated. And we'll just encounter the next one naturally as we explore more of this zone. Down to the left and then up. That'll be next. Whoops. So this area we would not have been able to traverse previously without the cling. Now we do have it, and we can also break open the shortcut. Is it a shortcut, or just alternate passage coming into this side? Whoop, got smoked by that. Luckily we do have a heal, and we'll have some rosaries. Oh, whoops. Okay. And we'll just continue exploring this until we've completed the circuit. Wow, that was a lot of hits at once. Let's see if we can do this safely. Just try to get some health back. Or silk back, rather. Now, even one drop here is going to be a problem. We might actually want to consider going back to that bench, but... No. We get... Well, okay, I guess so. I was about to say, no, we're going to be fine. We were just a few taps off from being able to complete that spool of silk. That did not happen. And we got hit so hard here, we might as well just return to camp, because we don't want to lose everything. As we're standing right here anyway. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Without running into absolutely everything, if we can help it. Oh, without running into every spike. Not even the enemies are a problem, just my own movement here. Okay, at least we will get the silk off of this to heal when necessary. We'll drop that out of there. Oh, I was about to get out of that, but that's okay. We have no silk to reduce problems there. It creates this passage. We want to go up because we know that completes something up here, but great. It goes up. Let's take this side out too. Yeah, we'll complete this first and we'll go back down. And we'll also check this wall. Nope. Whoop. Wasn't looking at that. So this, I think, merges with the switch. That's what we were looking for. Exactly what we were looking for. Okay, good. We've got that shortcut passage done now. Now we can continue exploring the rest of this and head back down to clean up this zone. That might be interesting. This is ominous. That this is a... Oh, this must be the thing we're supposed to hunt. A little far off the most recent bench, but there's got to be a big fight coming. Absolutely a big fight coming. Let's explore down first. Let's finish up the previous room. At least we know where this is. And we'll maybe replenish now. Build up enough silk from other things we hit here to get off to a decent start. Oh, no, I always accidentally wall cling when I'm trying to slide, or rather fall and dash out of those. It's a big problem for us. Yeah, because given the most proximate bench is now a little bit removed from where we'd be entering this fight, I think it's a better idea to take a different bench first, and then cut back here and do what is probably the tyrant fight, if I had to guess. Given that we unlocked that shortcut passage, we should take advantage of that. Change benches. And head on up here. There's also a passage that we hadn't broken previously, it seems. A similar obstacle here. Oh. And way too close. Rosaries, we'll take that. Also a wall that you can break. No? No. Okay. What are we doing in terms of cash? Let's see. 252. So 160 would give you the mask at this point. I think we should do it. So yeah, let's head on up so we can kind of map out a potential run back. From the bench from above. We're buying the mask first, since we're clearly getting into a fight of some sort. I have to remember we picked up a memory locket earlier as well. We should actually make use of that. Or did we? I thought I had. But first of all, let's purchase. And we need to pop this string before we do that. Okay. Yeah, having that additional safety is going to be very valuable. At long last, we have an additional mask. Well over, what is it, 17 or 18 hours into the game. Yeah, I actually really do like the pacing of the character progression in both Hollow Knight and in this game. That, you know, it really makes each of those expansions feel extremely impactful. And okay, so let's see about the memory locket. So I'm thinking we will continue to expand Reaper, since that's the one that we seem to be happiest with. Beast is good situationally, I think, if you know what you're doing. So if, for example, you select it, then you can use these slots. Oh, Beast actually does have utility slots for yellow. It's just that it is very offensively oriented, and so... Yeah, so for example, we already have those open slots. If you long pin here, then how would you differentiate between the two? Oh, I see, because if you put one on the top, then that's up in R. If you put one on the bottom, then it's down in R. So that's what happens when you have multiple tools like that. Yeah, I didn't realize that Beast could also expand yellow for utility. We're not doing Beast, though, for this fight. I mean, it would be nice to learn it properly, because I feel like it's actually potentially quite good for situations where you can pressure a boss that's easy to hit. But so we do want to stay on Reaper. Reaper will have a blue slot and a red slot. Red slot's going to be for the down attack if we want a secondary. But we want blue for Warding Bell. And whatever else we might want to put in at some point. Okay. Good number of expansions there at this point. So let's go back and bench and hunt. You're saying the Reaper's Silk bonus is very useful in gauntlets. Yeah, just in terms of being able to get a little bit of recovery going from the orbs that we spawn as we get our heal timing in. I've just been enjoying Reaper generally. I mean, you know, the main thing about it actually is just a downward strike being the much more familiar style, even if you do need to play a bit riskier and closer in. The coward's approach to just not learning to diagonal thrust properly. Okay, at this point, so let's take a look at our route here. We're going to drop down below and then go for that lair that is now very clearly marked on the map. That's got to be it. So, first exit out to right. And then we try not to run into everything along the way. I guess that's why we have the additional mask now. We're able to build up enough silk off of this stuff. Yeah, we try not to get nuked by anything falling. That didn't actually help when it comes to building up meter, but that's okay. Oh yeah, no whipping here, that's a dead end. We've seen that many times. Go down below. I mean, if it is a fight that's going to require a lot of running back, then learn it. Yeah, let's just have a full bank going in. And let's see what this is all about. Looks like the large version of a lot of these, ones that charge into that skull tyrant. There we go. Seems well shielded here. Lots of stomping. We haven't been able to get a word in edgewise yet. Okay. I'll take it cautiously. Moment. Charges in, and then we'll swipe. Very cautiously right now. Poison from a distance when we do it. Yeah, when we're out of reach a little bit, go for poison attack. Oh, it's got hit there. Oh, that was hitting pretty hard. It's hitting really hard, actually. Let's make sure we have some safety here before we heal. So now it just does a double run. That's and a double attack this way. Oh. Now it just has less time between attacks, I guess. We do just need to read more carefully. That's not careful. Need some punishment here. some silk on the right side. Grab all that. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to run into it. Didn't mean to run into it. That was a mistake. We were doing so well there, too, for a moment. Just need to be a lot more cautious. Yeah, I felt like that was going reasonably well and then it fell apart. But that's what happens. And, of course, all these falling rocks here should theoretically train you for watching out for falling rocks, but doesn't always work that way. But yeah, no, we've been here at this dead end multiple times. We still keep running into that. Got some silk off of this one. Okay, just need a bit more discipline with movement here. Rumble effect on the controller is actually doing a lot to give me a sense of when the charge attack is coming. Given that there's so much audio to listen to that, you know, sometimes I need a bit of additional reinforcement sensorily. I want to heal up for 3 when we can. We're sometimes dashing too close. Jump. There's a bit of crouch that happens before the jump that we can spot sometimes. Yeah, the animation does signal movement pretty well. Too close. That was a mistake, but that memory locket and the extra off the bell saved us there. Whoop, standing too close. Yeah, when you have 2 drops that are kind of close to each other like that, even with a gap in between, that's not a sufficient gap to play through safely. That's okay. A couple of improvements there that time. When it comes to reading the dodging pattern, we got a little bit ambitious when it comes to weaving in things like the long pin, and of course with the heal that was just misplaced, that was obviously a very impactful moment. We don't need to deal with that one. Yeah, you can get up a full bar here as long as you don't make any mistakes. And we'll just... We got a lot of swipes in those patterns that time too. Attack-wise, we were doing a lot better. We need to not dash too much sometimes because we're getting a little bit too close in. We actually just need to walk over. Use the dash to escape instead. Even have a bit of space between them. We still need to know when we don't have enough space to work with for dodging. Oh, nope, stood too close. Dashed too close, actually. I was not planning to go that way. Okay. I've actually been using the auxiliary item, the long pin tool, on D-pad, but then moving with stick. I actually find that easiest to control. Wait, we got no room to move. We got no room to move. I was completely trapped in the corner there. I had to jump over him to get out, but I got completely trapped. We were doing okay, and then I just could not get out of that. I was trying to jump over him, but at a moment's notice, I didn't quite know where to go there. But given that kind of pattern, I felt like we're getting close to a sort of final act of the fight. Final series of movements. It's going to tap this one, build up Silk. Don't really need to kill him necessarily, but we'll take the shards. Yeah, the returns to bosses in this game have been really quite forgiving relative to Hollow Knight, even though we have, of course, lost a lot of rosaries along the way. Various mishaps. Oh, no. Get out. Okay. Oh, nope, I didn't mean to dash in like that. Nope. Just barely escaped there. Let's go get that silk. Nope. Too much going on. Let's tap in for another heal when we can. No, I knew that one. Oh, we actually managed to get that down just in time. Actually, that's interesting that we got the heal off mine and we were protected by the bell. That worked out perfectly. That time it was perfect timing for when the intersection would happen. Yeah, sometimes when I'm using a pin, I'm hitting the stick in the wrong direction afterwards to get it on a dash out, and that's one of the issues. We're not changing our facing direction quickly enough. Nope, hang on, need to heal. Nope. Oh, nope. Still hanging on. Just barely. It'd be nice to get some silk off this. Nope, didn't expect that jump. Can't really sustain one more direct attack here. Okay, so this is the late phase. We got him. We must have been really close in a previous attempt that got that far. Ground fragment, interesting. What kind of crown are we talking about? Large spike of... Oh, no, that's the only fragment. It's just the one fragment we need for cashing the quest. Turn crown fragment to Bone Bottom's wish wall. So, yeah, it has to be for a specific wish wall, so we'll do that. Thank you for the GG. Fun fight, actually. Not too bad. Okay, in that case... Just thinking about the path we'll take. We still haven't found the one remaining explosive bug, whatever they were called. The bottom-most path back to bone bottom manually might actually be what we want to take in case we run into it along the way. Yeah, no need to go up to the fast travel. We haven't really checked the bottom area, so it sort of makes sense to traverse there if we can. Cat, welcome. Alright, so we'll head down instead and try to hit that other bench. Try to tap these along the way to just build up some silk again. How's the game? It is... the thing I said to the last person who asked me was predictably great. Which is to say that it's good at all the things that you would expect it to be good at if you have played Hollow Knight. Some things are different, of course. Some things you can notice a couple of new systems, some new things that happen with the artwork. Okay, we are close to the last one. We'll want to hit a close-by bench first before we engage with it, just because we know how tricky these ones can be, but at least let's get a sense of where it's located. And then I actually did not mean to hit the heel there. That's okay, we'll go for the bench. So where were we tracking that? But yeah, it's been tons of fun so far. I mean, it's, you know, new moveset, new map, but still very much Hollow Knight to the core. Okay, we're going for the bench first, then we're going to track the enemy, which is going to be somewhere around here anyway. Heading towards Bone Bottom. So it's pretty close by to that, then yeah, it makes sense to fight it now and then... just finish that quest while we are close by. And Natcat, you play as a character who... So, a Hornet, who you play as in this game, I mean, and I guess if you don't recognize her, you definitely haven't played the first, is a recurring character in the first game who is kind of a rival boss, but who also helps you. Like, she's a character that you fight a few times, but she's not, you know, a permanent nemesis or anything. And so this is a new Hollow Knight story, entirely new map, but Hornet is a familiar character. It actually feels easier to engage with than the previous one in terms of being able to dodge back this. We'll just hit and run. So yeah, Natcat is not an expansion. It was originally a Kickstarter reward that was pitched as an expansion. But even when Silksong was kind of officially announced back in 2019 as Hornet's Quest being expanded into a full game, it was known at that point that it was being expanded into a full standalone game. But it was originally a Kickstarter stretch goal for the development of Hollow Knight that Hornet would get her own side adventure. It instead turned into a sequel. Now, the interesting thing, though, is that the team behind this game, Team Cherry, actually honored the original backer reward. And so everybody who was the kind of original backer of the tier that would have supported the development of a Hornet DLC expansion actually got this game, the entire sequel, for free as a code. But the first game sold 15 million copies. They can afford to be absurdly generous to the player base. I mean, one of the things that Hollow Knight originally also had a reputation for was that It's one of those games, as with Stardew Valley as well, I think, has a reputation of being incredibly underpriced for its content. Where people feel completely comfortable buying it on multiple platforms because, you know, they feel like they're committing robbery just by playing it. Okay, now which quest board did we turn this into? Bone bottom for both of them. So we're pretty close to doing that. That is very conveniently located, in fact, for us to return to bone bottom for both quest turn-ins. And we'll do that quickly and see how to proceed from there. Okay. Crown fragments and blood gems, so let's see what we get for this. We get another memory locket, excellent. Terrible tyrant. Heavy rosary necklace, very nice. How heavy are we talking about? Like a 120? 220. That's substantial. Now we have almost no rosaries that we're sitting on right now, but obviously we cash this 220 plus 30 plus 30. We have enough to get this expanded, the spool fragment. Or we could continue to save for the 500 for the key, or we could just keep some in the back pocket in case we ever need them for maps. It's better, since this is already strung together, to just save up, I think. If we don't need to spend very imminently. That is a lot of quest content. Finished all in one go. We might want to go back to the crawbug clearing because that's likely to be annoying. And Greymoor. Let's take a look at this. Well, there's a lot we want to go up to on that side of Greymoor. But we have a lot of other things we want to do here. I was originally going to go back to the deep docks now that we can do the wall climb and try to ascend through this area by the other bench. We also have the wall climb that can take us up to the top of Hunter's March. We have so many choices. But I feel like we've completed what we need to complete in the Marrow, apart from this area to the right of the deep docks. We'll see it. I think that's where we'll go first. We'll leave shopping for later. Yeah, 06i, I don't know how many of the bobbing heads we want to deal with today, but obviously craw hunting will involve lots and lots of that. But yeah, today we won't be covering too much new territory, I think. We'll mostly use this as a map sweep session. It's been a pretty productive one so far. Partly because we haven't really banged our head against anything like we did in some of the previous streams. And also, these ones all spawn rosaries anyway because they're the more sapient characters. Natcat, you like my ride? Yeah. The one in the first game was also wonderful. That's the thing that Hollow Knight, I think, is also very much celebrated for, is that as you traverse the world, the transport systems are fantastic. Just a lot put into the transport systems. Okay, the mask was on this end. I think that's because we needed to enter on the other end. I wonder if it's something we can push now. I think it was one of those double jump locations, or wall jump locations rather, as we now know them, that we may be able to go to now. It's funny because we just spent so much on the mask fragment, we could have just collected this one instead, but it's okay. The mask definitely helped with that fight just now. I'll collect more rosaries off of these ones anyway, if they, well, don't take all of them with them as they take a dive down into the lava below. We're actually here back in the Marrow already, so we need top right. I need to figure out why it was we couldn't traverse this going up. Oh, it goes way up, that's why. So we actually couldn't get up to that. Well, let's continue here because maybe there was a way up that we are able to reach from the left side now up to that platform. Yeah, because now we can go up here. And continue this. We've been here before, but we couldn't continue it previously due to not being able to get up this wall, but now we can. Yeah, that wall was the obstacle. That should get us close to where that mask was. Depending on what we had to deal with over here. Who are we fighting? Like an arena fight? Whoop. Okay. Let's heal up for the next round. Stab them all at once. That works for me. Oh. Not enough sulfur to heal yet, but I'll try to get to it. Okay. This was a little more involved than I expected, but we'll just stab him this way. This is pretty low in health, but let's just be careful. We know that this area... Oh. That was thrilling. Nope. Didn't have enough energy for the spear, I think. I was trying to catch them all at once, but that did not go. We're pretty close to... No, we're not close to that area. We have to go all the way to the right. That's okay. We should have taken the nearest bench. There, let's go back. Yeah, we'll take the bottom passage all the way to the right. And then, at this point, next segment is where we go up to the bench. Oops. That'll be up here. Do the former prison turned target practice.
Haha!
And then, pretty simple run from here. So yeah, that does look like the ideal bench for taking this bit. Now we can mitigate damage. The spear works quite well here, I think. Because then you can just take out a bunch of those immediately. And even get a good bit of silk back quickly. Just catch them all at once. That works too. Harry some explosives if we can. Whoop. Push him. Not quite. We need to heal him. Grab some of that silk. Stomp him out this way. Oh, spent that too early. Oh, we should have gone downward thrust against these. I think we can do that. They try to charge in, we'll just go downwards. That worked actually pretty well. That's all there is to the fight. Okay, worked out very well. And that just gives you the mask, I'm sure. Great, that worked out marvelously. Now let's see about some of the other exits here that we haven't popped yet. I know one of them was kind of based around a key door, one of them was gated off by something else. We'll explore the docks and try to regain a sense of direction here. Maybe take the fly bench first. Okay, in terms of where we're going, there was the upper passage in the top right there, which was again, I think, gated off by ascending a wall. Possibly. That seems to point towards something else in the far fields. Oh no, given the placement of the bench there, that's actually a return path, I think. Maybe. No, that's the bottom of the two exits there. Okay, in that case, I think that's actually worth checking first. Let's see what was over in that direction. Also, we should have put the fire protection back on since we're in this area, but... Oops. Okay, let's be careful here. Haven't fought these in a while. That was a bit rougher than it should have been, but that's okay. Silk replenishment is quite nice in that. Let's continue. It'll be on the right side over here. And top right is what we're going for. So I believe that was another thing that was gated by not having the ability to go up the wall, but I could be wrong. Yeah, no, that's the location. That's exactly what I was thinking of. So this area is new to us. Oop. And this enemy is also new to us. He stomps. Okay. Whoa, okay. Hang on. Ooh, okay. Oh, wow, okay, those are traps. Those are massive traps, actually. Oh, I see it. Get out of the cage. How do we... Wait. What happens there? Is that a death or an actual capture? That is a capture. Interesting. That was unexpected. We can shake the stick for a little bit and see how to get out. First time I've seen something like that happen, that we get imprisoned and we lose the cloak and we end up in a slab. Interesting. No cloak, which means we can't float. No weapon, really, so we can kick. This is really interesting. I mean, I wonder if you could just defeat that without being captured. I'm sure you can. Can we air dash? Yes, we can. It's important. A lock with a mark of apostate. Luckily, we can still wall jump. But not having to float is going to take some getting used to, I'm sure. Lock with a mark of heretic. Yeah, there's a very similar sequence in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown as well. That this also immediately reminds me of. Go break this. 069, you went to get water, and what on earth happened here? We got captured. I was fighting an enemy who slapped a cage on Hornet here. I wonder if that was at all an avoidable sequence. It might not have been, but I don't know. We just played the fight poorly and then we got slapped. Open work. Indolent. Alright, so we need to figure out what to do here. How about if I play... No, I don't have my instrument, or my weapon rather, so we can't use needle in either. But we can get on top of... No, that's nothing. Okay, nothing up here. I think we had checked all those other locations, then... Maybe there's something else we can do. This looks like something, yeah. I feel like a couple of different Metroid-style games have had sequences like this, like prison escape sequences. Whoa. Caught there. Oh, no. Totally saw that going too. How am I supposed to fight this? And did we lose currency from doing so? Yeah, we did. Okay. So we better get back there and recover. Yeah, we just have to fight the old-fashioned way. However, well, let's take a look at our configuration currently. We've got very few menu items, as you can see. We actually still have a crest. We might not, in fact, because we don't have a weapon. But it's telling me that I have 0 rosaries here, so we didn't recover any from breaking that just now, even though we had like a -80. So, did I just lose all the currency? I might have. Okay, so yeah, you see they've looted the cloak. We should actually see what's going on there. Mind the traps. So, they're all gathered here. They're wondering how to wear that and make it float because it clearly doesn't fit any of them. Yeah, casino prompts you're saying to get captured and lose your stuff is definitely a common trope. Yeah, I feel like I can think of many games where that happened. That just, you know, kind of reduce your suite of movement powers, etc. I think Guacamelee 1 of the 2 did that as well. And you'd put money on getting the rosary back when you get your gear back. Yeah, because I guess that's how... Well, I mean, you know, if you die multiple times here, or if you don't reach the cocoon, I wonder how that handles it. This looks cold. Kind of want to see what's down here before we proceed. Oh, there's cold damage. Okay. Can't just step out into the prison and... That's okay. We have silk. We can heal. Can we go up? No, we can't. Let's go back in then before we take cold damage. See, this is what happens when you don't have a cloak. Let me come inside here. This looks like we, well, we can fight this. So we're back to the diagonal kick, by the way. That's important to know, that she still has that basic ninja skill. Even when uncloaked. Oh. Oh, getting a little dicey here. Getting really dicey here all of a sudden. Hang on. We can still bind, except I need to, you know, do it accurately. Can I just chip this guy? Nope. Okay, the one down. Let's get some silk back if we can. Oh, getting touchy here. Can't even take cold damage at this point. Nope. We didn't have the bell for protection, so that's what happens. Didn't stand in a very good place for that. Alright, back we go. Yeah, we can just rush those traps. That was not intentional, that was just me forgetting that there were traps. We drop down to the right side before we take cold damage, and then we need to break this. There we go. Oh, and we don't have a spear or anything like that. You know what? We can just bypass this. I don't think we loot anything off of them. That comes down. Oh, this is the prisoner we saw much earlier. Whoa. In the other prison. Oh, you're looking a little stuck there. What a pity. We meet again, little thief. Are you familiar with this place? If we ally our efforts, our escape could be made that much easier. Oh, you're jesting? There ain't no allies in prison. You can just throw yourself against the walls in there while I go sniffing for goodies. Okay, sure. Now, there was a trap on that side. Did the lock say anything? Oh yeah, we're on the other side of where we were earlier. This is a trap. This is also a trap. This looks important. Key, okay. Well, we'll get out. I mean, we don't have to fight these, then I don't think I would, necessarily. I don't see a good reason to. Let's just get out. I guess build silk. It just builds a shortcut, though. We'd still need to go back outside to the snow. I think. Except, so we can't really go up on this side, can we? So we do have to go through here to continue. Whoa. Stepping in every trap. Unless, of course... Okay, so this has changed. Oh, yeah, no, this is a different part than what we saw earlier then. Okay. So, yeah, because we have one type of key that will open multiple doors that have the same marking. If I understand this correctly. Let's find a bench and then we'll continue to explore. This is where we started, though. Well, it is where we started, so we created a shortcut because it broke all this. Okay, but then that means that we should be able to get through the key that we saw earlier. The lock that was equivalent. This looks like benches over here, in fact. Well, are we still friends? We thought one of them buzzing bullies was sneaking up on us, but it's just a mangy jail bug. Why you in here then? Caught thieving, were you? Greedy, greedy.
Cadestre.
I've stolen nothing. Rather, I suspect the wardens are servants of the Citadel. The cage used in my capture bore similar runes to the one that first brought me to this land. Bound in that cage, I had provided a fine gift where they deliver me to their masters. Ah, there ain't nothing fine about you, jailbug. We recognized a fellow thief as soon as we saw you. Now, don't be lingering around here. Those guards will be wanting to pop you back in your cage quick.
Da, fenestra.
They'll not get the chance, so I will reclaim my belongings and leave this grim place with haste. Okay, let's take the bench. Let's see what else is here. Oh, secret. Maybe. A husk with a map with a slab etched upon its shell. Okay. I see it was tunneling in an attempt to escape. Of course we're taking the map. Yeah, because we just have a map on a dead husk. Okay, that's fine. Works for me. That's a big prison. And no, we do not get to use the quill to fill it in. It seems. So we've seen some of the locks up top. We've seen, yeah, there's a bottom passage here, right side passage that goes up. Let's continue exploring. What kind of lock is this? Heretic. So yeah, you need to find the different kinds of locks, and this will eventually open the hatch down below. Dash down below looks like it might be the main exit. Let's watch out for traps. Yeah, we can use this. We have the key. We can check this too, see what it is. Not seeing what there is to interact with. Maybe it connects to another passage that we have to open up later. Like a shortcut passage that loops back here. Whoa, okay, that's a lot of traps. Oh, I see, there are tracks all over. You know what? We're gonna step on this. We're going to see. That worked exactly the way I hoped it would. That worked also exactly the way I hoped it would. I think this is actually the way to do the fight. Step on the traps as much as you can. Oh, except sometimes you actually do need to fight. Come on, there we go. Just carve them up. Okay, we're a little low on mess though. Oh, that was unfortunate. I got stuck, but they got more stuck, so works for me. It looks rather spiky. Maybe we should go back to that bench first. Given that we cleared this, let's be careful with the traps. Yeah, let's go back to that bench first and just recover. Since we're actually very close by. Then we'll come back and continue this path again. Anything else to talk about? You seem to have some familiarity with his prison and his guards. Do you know a path to escape? Escape? A little jail bug like you ain't ever escaping anything. Get out of here, will you? Stop bothering us. You got nothing to steal, so we got nothing to talk about. Oh, let's be careful here. Yeah, the tracks sort of give away for what we're dealing with. Oh, no cold damage in this section at least. Okay. Can we open this? Nope, it's just a ledge to stand on. This, however, can be broken. And we might as well see what's going on here, since that seems to be off the map. Or shards, not that we can use them. There might be another passage that's breakable here, for all we know. A little bit hard to see, but... Frayed rosary strings, sure, we'll take that. And add it to a collection when we get the rest of our belongings back. And then this creates a shortcut. Great. This shortcut takes us up above here. Yeah, back to the starting point. Yeah, because that's the passage on the map that's right up above where the bench is. Let's take that. Also, there is a lock to the left side that I think we haven't opened that we can. been to this side previously. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, this was actually the passage back out. Okay, now we've been here. Okay, this is... We need to heal up first. Alright, so we know how to get back there eventually. We've done the passage before. And we actually never went to the bottom of the frozen column. We now have that part mapped out. Yeah, so the blue outlines tell you where the cold zones are. That's important information. I actually kind of want to go back. Let's heal up at the bench first. Just to see if there was anything in the bottom left. Whoa, that was a bit deadly. Because we didn't really check that bottom area of the ice drop. It probably is nothing, but it would be worthwhile to take a look. Oh, so we don't want to run into everybody here. So was there something going down? No, there's nothing. I just wanted to check that. Whoop. Hang on. Okay, so we'll go back through this passage. Let's heal up at the bench first again. And we'll go back to the ascent on the right side. There was an inside and an outside passage, both of which may be relevant. This was where we got the rosaries. Oops, overshot a little bit there. So we came from below, right? Let's go up. Or rather, no, we came from that side. We didn't go further below. Let's check further below. That's just spikes. I didn't spot that in time. And we had checked this. Okay, so... then let's continue this way, having created more of a shortcut passage. More silk, we'll take it. That's a trap. Yeah, I just didn't see in time where the trap was going. Yeah, the track in the background art is pretty clear, though. Then we get into a cold zone pretty soon. There's in a top room there. And then we'll need to figure out how to get out of the cold. Then probably. Let's just try to... Oh, there's a warm zone over here. Okay, sure, that's interesting. Seems like a rather big area. Is there anywhere to go? Hang on, before we take cold damage. Maybe once we get the cloak back, we'll be able to explore this safely. Didn't know we were using cloak for warmth. Yeah, because right now we do need to kind of rush from point to point. I think once we get the cloak, we'll be able to explore this. Oh, that was a massive trap. Okay. Unfortunately, down to one mask once again, so... whoops. And we just take a dive there for no reason. Okay, fine. Let's go back. Get that. This guy's having a laugh. Alright, let's go back. We got one of the 3 keys, so more to deal with. Actually, you know what? Let's just go around this one. I just don't want to deal with it. Even if it does give us some silk. Okay, so let's be aware of the traps again. Let's get some silk. Not very much. Nope. We need to hit that. We do want to just go over here. Yeah, let's just speed through the area. See where the cocoon was previously. We actually aren't even up to the top icy sections yet, then maybe. Well, depending. I mean, you know, the map there seems to be a rough approximation. At best. Just go point to point. Really can't explore this area yet in any meaningful fashion. We have a lock that we can break over here, but we'll need to go up a top passage, it seems. Once we get to it, just run through all the traps this way. Whoa, that was a bit much. Oh, nope, we wanted to go back up to unlock. We do have enough silk for heal at the moment. Bench down here. Let's check this side first, though. This totally looks like a trap, given that you have bugs here to be able to clearly caught by something. And this passage down here, what does that give you? Okay, so that's guarding. Oh, I see. Yeah, he's got my tools, and look at me, I'm Hornet. Pokey pokey poke. Yeah, so we just need to strip that off of him. But before we do that, I want to come up here and check what was on this end first. At least we know where that passage is. I just want to check. Yeah, bench. Good thing we checked. I guess that's all there was to it. Alright, so I guess now this is the point where we get our tools back, and then we'll just be able to continue from there, so. Alright, look at me, I'm Hornet. Wow, look at that, very snappy, and then we get all our stuff back, great. Of course, we still need to play decently. We need to play decently with it before we get stuck. Still getting warmed up after, you know. Oh, we're back in Hunter Crest, that's why. That's what was throwing me off. I didn't expect to be back in Hunter mode. Okay. Yeah, we really need to build up the silk here. We haven't played Hunter in so long in this game at this point. Well, since early in the last session, so a couple of hours. Okay, good. Still don't have enough to work with, though. Nope. You see, because we're on that crest, we don't have the bell for protection, it seems. But that's okay. We'll get back to this save point here without the crest, so you go back in time a little bit this time. Yeah. Well, just have to snap a neck again, so yeah, we aren't quite on the full speed of tools that we have. This is kind of what a tool set that we have reverted back to a former state. Whoop. He hits hard. Let's just get out of here to not get stuck. Okay. Log that enemy for once. We don't seem to have the... Oh, we do, okay. I was wondering if we had the spear. We could just check on the pause screen while we're holding. Yeah, but it does seem like we don't have our crest configuration at all, so... Okay. There we go. Oh, there's more. Oh, we better heal up. Nope. Got interrupted. Almost. Don't take that many hits. I'm just trying to position defensively. Okay, who else? Who wants to play? Oh, whoa. That could have been dangerous. And we'll need to heal it. Only to take too many hits after that. Nope. Nope. Getting kicked around here a bit. Too bad. Okay. Yeah, we're still on a pretty lean set of tools even after getting everything back. Oh, we get to see that one get his neck snapped repeatedly. At least there's some satisfaction to that. The goo doesn't do damage. It gets you stuck and then the follow-up does damage, but the goo itself I think doesn't actually hit, as far as I can tell. Okay. Nope. Why are we standing so close anyway? Dash attack works out pretty well, actually. We never really used the dash attack very much in Hunter because, well, we just never learned to play it that well. You can kind of do a follow-up like that. Thrust. Ooh. Okay. This... the new stomping around worked. Probably works better than the spear, actually. As long as we... at least don't bob up and down like the claws did. Because those were the ones that were really kind of annoying to hit, but... Silk? Great. Nope. Attacks straight in. Well, at least we didn't get stomped on that. Okay, this is going badly. Yeah, got kind of comboed here, but that's okay. Kind of like having a fight like this at this juncture in the game that sort of makes you feel a bit vulnerable and underpowered again, in fact. Gets you back into an early game state. Must be an interesting thing to balance as well. I mean, obviously we keep other buffs like having the additional mask that we have, but... but you see, I think... well, we know that getting to the fight that got us caged in the first place was at minimum gated behind having the wall clang. And so, you know, as the developers, you can kind of expect that that's, barring any other speedrun techniques, what the player power will be. Oh, I was trying to find a moment to heal there and we just ran into everything. But yeah, everybody's configuration beyond that is definitely a little bit stripped back down for this fight. Poor fella, he's had his neck snapped so many times now. We don't feel sorry for him. Thinking up our cloak like that. Oh. Just need to shake out of that. Or press B a lot out of that. Why I'm playing it. Okay, slap him. We better heal up. That was dangerous. Oops. Yeah, just need to get out of some of this stuff and... Okay. Alright, now this part. Oops. That's fine, we'll get out. Using the float to reposition is something that we should be taking advantage of a lot more than we have. Yeah, because notice that you don't have your range tool or anything. Well, I mean, nothing that goes on your crest is available at the moment. Which is why we didn't have to bell for protection. And there we go. We were at the end of this fight many times over. Key of Heretic. Okay, good. Got that. Now, unfortunately, I can't go up to the bench immediately to try to change my spec now, can I? Because we have our other crest, but we need to get back into them. And notice how nothing is plugged in on the current crest. That we would need to get to a bench to put things back in. And even if we did get to a bench, I'm going to go back to Reaper, I'm pretty sure. I wonder if the cloak gives us cold protection up top. It would be interesting to find that out. Oh, look at that, the bench. How convenient. Let's... First of all, notice that now she has her quill back from her belongings. Then she can actually start to fill in the map again. From the initial map that we tore off that husk. And Netcat, you're saying GG Gank Squad can't stop us? Yeah. Not even if they took our tools and our clothes and everything else. Our dignity. I'm going to put some things in here even though we're not using Hunter. Just to have it available in case we want to switch into it later. We are going back to Reaper though. And... oh, we actually need to plug in everything from scratch. That's fine. We know what we want. We might as well... okay, Beast is already plugged in. I wonder why Reaper was just emptied. Because we were using it at a time, I guess. That everything got reset. Anyway, everything's back. We have keys. We know that that's going to open up much else. Now, yeah, there's the bottom left area. I don't remember which key that was. Oh yeah, Key of Apostate is the one that's on the right side. So we can drop back to the bottom left. We might be able to climb again, and if we climb again, then perhaps we're able to go to the ice zone up top and search over there, since we barely explored it. Since we have more healing options and other tools available. Let's find out where we had to plug in the Key of Heretic. Okay, back to a more familiar ground stomp. Which one was this? Oh yeah, so we can unlock the bottom now. We'll do that, but we'll also go left first. So it descends into a more substantial area. This area is going to be new to me, at least map-wise. And then, oops, step into the trap. As usual. Hey, look, we'll get a flea. Poor flea trapped in here of all places. Wonder about that other room that we saw earlier that was just effectively empty. Let's watch the traps. They are quite visible. I think this is just a flea room then. Now before we go down, I am going to try to go up top first. Which means we should take this bench first. I just want to see how traversable the ice area is. Even if we have to take some damage to find out. Maybe you need to loot some kind of cold protection to proceed at a certain point. And was there still nothing here? Well, I mean, now we have tools that we can use to poke things. But I guess that's just equivalent to the prison we saw on the other side. Oh, oops, I wasn't watching there. It's okay, we'll just head back up. Oops. You'd think that would get into less trouble now that I have to float back. Oh yeah, I see. Previous I was taking this passage up. That's why we hadn't seen that area in a while. Let's see, does she take cold damage? We could have checked on the other side too, I guess. She does take cold damage, so we'll need to get back to the flame. But we're able to at least get past some of these enemies now, which, you know, we can hit and run and then go back. And then we can explore here for anything interesting. Mostly rosaries, I guess. Let's explore the right side in a moment. Let's get to this and then see anything interesting here. Not really. So maybe there isn't a point to coming back here. I don't know, it seems too interesting. But maybe we do get some kind of cold protection later. Yeah, there's a top passage. We do need to refuel over here. I'm not seeing anything that interesting here yet, but we didn't really check at any point. And look at that, there is something. Great rosary string, that's exactly the kind of thing I was looking for. Just more treasure. That's probably about as much as we can hope for, though. So let's follow the imprisonment passage back down. Let's see about this. If there's anything else up here, I mean, we did catch something, so it's fine. We'll stick with that. Be content. Oh, I can't come down here anymore. So we actually have to take the other way around. This has been sealed off. Didn't expect that. I guess wasn't necessarily expected that we would even bother to check this path. I mean, it was accounted for, but, you know, it would not really encouraged to do it, let's say. But there's an easy passage back. Yeah, kind of surprising there wasn't too much else to look at here, but... We'll take it. In here. Apart from standing on top of that trap. And yeah, we kind of checked around here to our satisfaction, I think, so let's go down. And head back. Now that we have to float again. Oh, and then we can actually hit these ones too. Unless they hit us first. They're actually pretty well guarded. Oh, I was hoping to take advantage of the armor piercing effect on a spear, but on the long pin rather. That's okay. We'll take the lower bench and we'll go down to pit. Right, down we go. Step by step, looks like there's something else to open up over here. Maybe some big fight awaits at some point. This looks like a gate of some sort. We'll get to that. Watch out for traps before running straight through. You know, I bet we could maybe pogo off of this guy and maybe get way higher. It'd be kind of interesting. You could do some kind of skip by doing that. See? Almost, right? Oh, there's a tram station here. Or a... not a tram station, like a LB station. But if there's a LB station, why can't you just escape? Maybe the key of the apostate is optional then. Get the bell beast is how you escape. Oh, missed. Oh, whoops. No, we actually do want to see what's up here first. There we go. That's new. Can't do much with that though. What would come up here though? There's a series of traps. This is a new area. Maybe we should have taken the LB station first. That's okay, we'll continue here. What is this? Aha, okay, great. More silk. Look at that, it fills most of the bar too. We will gladly take that. Anything else to look at? This one with all the rosaries over here that we can't seem to attract. Okay, so that was the reward for coming here. Oh, let's just run it. Still need the key of the apostate though, somewhere. we have meter, we can do this with a slight expansion. This way goes down. This way gives you shards that we can't carry. This wall open? No, it's not. Now, can we break this open? Yes, we can. Oh, didn't realize it was still alive. Yeah, it's nice to have a sliver of silk left. Now, after popping a heal. Don't have that locked yet, but I guess that's because we're getting the key for it fairly soon. Superside Investor, how's the game treating me so far? It's treating me fine. It's consistently very interesting in many of the ways that one would expect. And every session has felt productive, with lots of things going on every time we sit down with this. Anything on descend? Nope. Saying tram down to the left side. I want to take this first in case we have to fight some boss first to get to that point. I bet we do, because we'll have to deal with the plastic key afterwards. Interesting that there's a passage up above here that seemingly. Oh, right, because when we were up above this location, it seemed like it was still locked on the right side. It was locked on the right side. Hostage key there. In at least two of those doors that we see. And on the map, it actually pins where the tram is. It's just that it's not active yet. I keep thinking of it as a tram, even though it is, technically speaking, the Bell Beast. But then, does it just let me have the Bell Beast? I mean, we don't have the apostate key yet. So are we allowed to come back and forth as we please? Or is something surprising going to happen? Something surprising is going to happen. We're not just getting a Bell Beast, are we? Maybe we do. Okay, welcome, friend. We can check what is on this side as well. That's interesting. Might as well take a look at where we are on the map. The slab is all the way up here. That's way up in the Citadel. We got carried quite far away from where we were initially in the Marrow. So yeah, we got captured maybe sooner than we expected, that's for sure. And this is a cold zone, and we do not have cold protection yet, so it seems like there's some kind of frost protection. Which, with good play, is probably skippable or something, like it was in Metroid Dread. Well, we can get out at this point, but it looks like we have to go through the cold zone to proceed. Because there's no other exit here that we can see. So let's just do that. Unless there's any compelling reason to see about where we were earlier. We weren't in the Marrow, we were in the Deep Docks. That's where it was. That's where we got captured. In the top right room there where we couldn't defeat the enemy that slapped the cage on top of us, I guess we'll be in and out of prison if we keep running into something like that. I think we should continue this sequence since we're on it anyway. We might as well try to get the apostate key and see where it goes. Mount Fay. That didn't get me anything that I could use. Or can I go up here? Yeah, we've got to get up here before we take too much cold damage. How do I not take tons of cold damage? Well, we need to get back and get the cocoon. Maybe we need to get cold protection from somewhere else on the map entirely before we can come back here. Hence the tram letting us get out. But we need to get that cocoon first and then hopefully be in a position where we can come back to this location. Yeah, because I see no way to go up yet. Oh, hang on. Let's jump back up. So, I think we actually lacked a tool to get through here. Hence, the opportunity to depart. In that case... And I don't see a way to go up from here either, at the moment. Maybe that's something... Yeah, we can't go up from this room necessarily to explore more of the prison and get back into prison. Oh, yes we can. There's a ledge here, I didn't see that. So yeah, this is... Apostate key, let me just check again. And then there was another... passage on top that we didn't look at. Skip it. Did we actually check the right side here? Oh wait, not upstairs rather. Dear Rashad Visitor, you've gotten yourself into UFO 50 to treat yourself after becoming a number on the payroll. And you're on par with what I've probably heard on it. As in, you've heard about as much as what I've heard of it, or rather that your sense of its reputation is... that is deserved. Because of course it's been heavily recommended for this room here, and we were very happy to see the switch port. But I am remaining pretty much blind on it, so we can discover it for ourselves when the time comes. Time may not come for a while yet, given how busy we are, but we'll see about it. Yeah, I got kidnapped quite a ways up. The overall map. Like, look at how far we are, actually. Look at the slab. It's all the way up here, disconnected from everything else. We got carried a long way up to prison from the deep docks. Someone snatched me away and took me very, very far. You can even see the way the top of that is decorated. Anyway. Ah, yes, okay, so this was the door that was not open yet from that side. The other two areas here are both something that we have to traverse with the apostate key. So yeah, I think it is. You need to leave and come back eventually when you have cold protection. I'm not going to be on for too much longer today, since we can't actually run too long today, but as always, I want to finish at a nice conclusive location. I mean, finishing the prison escape is nice and conclusive, even though we don't have the apostate key sorted out yet. We're right by a bench. Let's hit the bench first. Nice of them to leave a station here. In terms of where we'll go with this, let's take a look. Maybe we can go back to the deep docks and see if we can make a second attempt at that room where we were captured. This was pretty close to something I wanted to check at the Hunter's March as well. We'll complete one or two more things down there. We'll see if we can get revenge on whoever snatched me away. Or if we get the cage slapped on us again. Because I could not break out of that cage. It was one of those that were, I guess, enchanted, like the one that trapped Hornet and brought her here in the first place. But I wonder if we get trapped and sent to prison again if we run into something like that. Anyway, it is top right. I wonder if this bottom passage is faster. But we should actually hit a more recent approximate bench, so we should go up top. So yeah, let's just keep going. Whoops. Brute force our way through way too much of this. Kind of nice to have our Reaper back. Specifically for this kind of aerial play. Alright, so let's take a look at the location where we were captured again, just to make sense of what happened there. It's the next room over, I think. No, it was the previous one. Yeah, up here, this was the fight where we lost. But at least this time nobody's clapping a cage on me, at least I don't think so. We are getting slapped around quite a bit though, whoops. Do we have a more proximate bench at the Hunter's March? It is closer. Actually, the bottom bench there, if we had wrapped around to it, would have been a much better choice. Because then we could open up something that's very close to our current location. In that case, I think I'm actually going to go up. Oops. Or we can just try to open some more things. So yeah, the bench to the right is not open yet. We don't have that passage uncovered. Now we're in trouble. Yeah, that's what happens. Let's get back there and recover that. Very sloppy play. I just skip these. Don't really want to deal with them. Whoops. Probably shouldn't slip off every gap here. It's in the next room that we need. I like how much height you can gain off of that when you're stomping those repeatedly. You know what, at this point, let's just spend some silk to heal when we can. And just get into this fight again and just do it properly. Just try to simplify this a bit by taking out this one. If we can. Oh, we're just getting sniped by this one like crazy. No. Ugh, getting a bit rough here. Nope, still not enough. Need to poke it. Now we heal. Good. Stabilized. Can't reach any of that silk. Actually, we can do the uppercut. Reaches quite nicely against this. Dash uppercut. There we go. Doesn't drop anything of note. So yeah, this was pretty much just a capture location. In that case... yeah, we'll finish pretty soon. I think we'll check the room that's at the top of the Hunter's March, since we should be able to reach that. Okay, let's heal up. Discovering that we could heal up in midair was, of course, a big deal, as we've been saying. And let's head up that bench. Bench that we were very familiar with because of its location as the closest one to the Chapel of the Beasts, which was the encounter that took us by far the longest in this game. Okay, so this was the area we couldn't traverse previously. Whoops. Let's see what room this is. Okay, we've beaten one of these before. Well, okay, we haven't had to fight both of these guys, though. That's not good. We might want to get out of this. Hang on. Let's rethink this for a moment. Let's heal up. I don't know if I'll have time to work on that one today yet, but we'll see. If we play it carefully and we really kind of focus them down, we should be able to do it, but... might be something interesting. I mean, it does gate off a certain location. It seems it opens up a passage to the left. Might just be for a reward over there. Oh. Trying to spear these as much as we can. Wow. And that was quick. Yeah, it just hits really hard. We can't let it slap us like that. We know it burrows around and jumps around. We previously beat one of those by exploiting a low ceiling on our way into the Hunter's March. Fortunately, we don't have a low ceiling to prevent it from jumping this time, but we can still get around the burrow. Yeah, so there's a lot to its pattern that we can't just necessarily rely on this time. Oh. Yeah, it just hits so hard. Nope. Trapped. Let's do this again. Spent a lot of shells in the projectile there, but I think that might be the right idea. Let's try to poison it and burn it down early. At range. We really need to take care of the flyer, though, which individually we already had trouble with in the previous encounter with it. Okay, let it burrow if we can. I just can't get around that. It just takes up so much space between the two of them. Still taking way too many hits here, using too much silk too. I didn't mean to back out of that, we just got zoned out of the room. Come on, just let me up. Yeah, we need to get the flyer down first. Just to make that room playable. It's a little bit difficult to target down early. It's possible we're using way too much silk on the auxiliary weapon for the toxin, but... Oh, nope, didn't even run into that. It was already a problem. Okay, just need to zip around the room a bit. Nope. Okay. Nope. We have no resources left. I'm gonna caught at the door. Yeah, we might have to start with this one on the next stream. Now we're running through our shell shards all of a sudden. Why don't we try to snipe the flyer first? Yeah, we have no room to move when he crowds us like that. There's no way to get around him if he's not porting, because I can't get a good jump over him. Maybe we go spear on the flyer early to space it out. But again, we got trapped at the door, right? If you get trapped at the door, you just can't get out. I'll just try to recover the cocoon first. At no point in this game have we had to really back out of a fight yet. I mean, sometimes we've returned to them later, like when we located Moorwing for the first time, but this one might take more time, as I was saying, for me to get through than I'm able to give it on this session. So we might want to go back to it. I don't know if we'll do it right at the start of the next session or if we'll explore a bit first. I feel like this one needs a bit of a rethink in terms of tactics because, yeah, we just can't really get enough height to go around the enemies right now. We get stuffed on the side like that. And I think the idea should be to burn down the flyer quickly so it's not obstructing us when we can try to make some space to go around the bigger enemy, which has both the jumping and the burrowing attack. I remember now that we kind of beat it in the cheesy way, getting into the Hunter's March, where we trapped it under a low ceiling so it could not jump. And so we just had to deal with the burrow and go back and forth. Here, that doesn't seem viable. And if it jumps right into our face and we get stuffed out of the door, and then the fight just resets. So I think having completed the prison escape today, that's actually kind of a natural concluding point that we can go with. And yeah, we made lots of progress. I mean, we did that whole zone. And I guess you just get captured there the first time, but then you can return there afterwards once you have cold protection of some sort. And we'll have to see how that gets put together and what that progression is gated behind. We know there are lots and lots of other things that we have not yet opened today that we do have access to. We haven't even tried the wall cling in Greymoor at all yet, nor have we returned to what is clearly a needle-in gate at the east side of the far fields. We have not actually opened any needle-in gates for that matter, even after having acquired the power. So that's something that we should look into very soon. And so lots and lots of possibilities exist. Actually, there's needle-in gate that you can see right at the beginning there in Bone Bottom. And so, yeah, we're a bit far from any kind of tram right now, but that might be something that we want to go back to just to take a look and open up all the doors that we can. And yeah, because it looks like there's probably an entire area underneath here that might even connect over to the lower passage in the deep docks that we can uncover next time. So, lots and lots of map left to explore. We got a good number of boss fights in today. And an entire prison escape besides, so I think we could be pretty happy with that for the time being. Well, let's take a stop here. We will try to continue this game as often as possible. It may or may not be every day, but we will certainly try. Thank you very much for joining me at any point in the stream. And thanks for watching. So, until we return for even more of Hollow Knight Silksong, have a wonderful stretch of time ahead of you by any measure. Enjoy everything you may be playing or making or following along with, and as always, fare thee well.